Chapter 239. They thought that Nya Li's strength far surpassed theirs, but in reality Nya Li's strength was still inferior to theirs. The reason why they couldn't display their true strength in this ancient tomb was due to their laws being suppressed. As for Nya Li, he was completely unaffected by the law of death. Glancing at Nya Li, Xiaoyu whispered, "These are all demigod rank experts from the Nether City's super families." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nya Li's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Everyone is too polite. How can I not save you when I see you in danger? I wonder if there's anything that young master needs our help with?" "There's nothing that I need help with." Nya Li lightly smiled as if he suddenly recalled something and said, "I just remembered something. Previously, I encountered something in Blackrock City. The Wugawei family and the Dark Guild in Blackrock City had some conflicts with my men. I don't have the energy to resolve this problem. Such a small matter. Why would young master need to take action?" The Fire Spirit Clan's demigod rank expert hastily said, "That's right. Leave such a small matter to us." The other demigod rank experts also echoed. They originally thought that Nya Li would make a big request, but it turned out to be such a small matter. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble everyone. Many thanks, many thanks." Nya Li straightforwardly laughed. "Young master is too polite." "That's right, young master has saved our lives. We were just worrying about how to repay young master." The demigod rank experts said one after another. Seeing Nya Li's pretentious appearance, Xiaoyu felt that it was a little funny. She reckoned that the Wugawei family and the Dark Guild were going to suffer this time. With so many superfamilies, wouldn't the Wugawei family and the Dark Guild be overturned? At this moment, the enormous ancient tomb was rapidly collapsing. Outside the ancient tomb, a few demigod rank experts had finally gotten rid of the enormous skeleton. One of them had spent a great deal of effort to snatch half of the divine spark and was currently in the midst of his excitement. The piece of Godhead in his hand broke into pieces and then turned into crystal dust that drifted away with the wind. "This is infuriating. I've been tricked." That demigod rank expert cursed angrily as he raised his head. The ancient tomb also dissipated with the wind. All of this was like an illusion. Damn it, is this an illusion? Like drawing water with a sieve. In the end, these demigod rank experts could only leave angrily. "Young master, if you have time, you can come to our Dragon Roar family for a visit. And our Fire Spirit Clan." Those demigod rank experts that were saved by Nya Li cupped their hands towards Nya Li and left. "Since young master still has matters to attend to, we'll bid our farewells here." Xiaoyu went silent for a moment, then glanced at Nya Li and said, "Brother Nya Li, we'll also bid our farewells here." "Oh, then Brother Xiaoyu, have a safe journey," Nya Li hastily said. Seeing Nya Li's appearance, Xiaoyu was a little angry. She and Nya Li had experienced life and death together, but Nya Li seemed to be eager to send her away. Of course, Nya Li was eager to send Xiaoyu away. Nya Li's heart was always on guard against Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's strength was very strong, and his origins were unknown. Keeping him by his side would always be a disaster. Although he had saved him, who knew what kind of person Xiaoyu was? In his previous life, Nya Li had seen many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Brother Nya Li should be participating in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection, right? Xiaoyu lightly smiled. "That's right." Nya Li nodded. "I believe that we will have the opportunity to meet again. Take the golden scroll that I gave you, and you should be able to enter the final competition smoothly. I'll wait for your good news." Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "I won't be going to see Ning, and Yiziyun. I'll be waiting for you guys over there." Xiaoyu leaped and flew away. Watching Xiaoyu's figure disappear into the horizon, Nya Li lightly smiled. This brat was beaten up by the death god and looked pretty miserable. Even the injuries on his face hadn't healed yet. He probably didn't have the face to see anyone, so he hurriedly bid farewell. Nya Li flapped his wings. The wings on his back were filled with boundless power. He put away the wings on his back and the bracers on his arms. As long as he was willing, the wings and arm guards could grow out at any time. He took out the mysterious egg. In this battle, the mysterious egg seemed to have absorbed quite a bit of the law of death. The cracks on it became more obvious, like a spider web covering the entire eggshell. He could vaguely feel that there was a vortex inside that was absorbing the surrounding law of death. This mysterious egg could break out of the shell at any time. But the closer it was to hatching, the greater the demand for law of death. Nya Li didn't even dare to transfer the law of death into it, because he was worried that this mysterious egg would suck all the law of death in his body. Xiao Ning and Yi Ziyun were waiting quietly. When they saw the ancient tomb in front of them disappear without a trace, they were extremely worried. What if Nya Li encountered danger? At this moment, they saw a figure slowly walking towards them. If it wasn't Nya Li, who could it be? Nya Li, you're back? Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning greeted him in surprise. Yeah, Nya Li nodded. Where's Xiao Yu? Yi Ziyun looked behind. Nya Li, that fellow was probably a little embarrassed to see you guys, so he left first. Nya Li chuckled. Hearing Nya Li's words, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were a little puzzled. Why would Xiao Yu be embarrassed to see them? Nya Li, just now, we suddenly felt a powerful energy suddenly pouring into our soul realms. Did you make a breakthrough? Yi Ziyun suddenly thought of something and asked Nya Li. Nya Li smiled. I've comprehended another type of law energy. Nya Li sensed his own cultivation. Along the way, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. In addition to the law of death that he had just comprehended, even if he were to face a genuine legend rank expert, Nya Li was confident that he wouldn't lose. However, legend rank was only the beginning of cultivation. Nya Li clearly knew that in the Draconic Ruins realm, any random expert could crush legend rank experts and demigod rank experts. Once one cultivated the heavenly energy, they would step into a very mysterious realm. Above legend rank was called the heavenly fate realm. Once one stepped into the heavenly fate realm, they would have more than one life. One fate, two fate, three fate. Every time they advanced a realm, a fate soul would be formed in their soul realms. A life soul would be formed in the soul realm. If he died, there would be one less life soul, but he would not truly die. Only at that time. That was the true beginning of cultivation. Now that he knew the way to the Draconic Ruins realm, he had to quickly reach the heavenly fate realm. Nya Li constantly circulated the 3 laws of death within his body. Even when he was walking, his cultivation was still constantly rising. Nya Li, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning continued to search for traces of Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest. They continued to search in the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. At this moment, outside the 9-layered Deathlands, suddenly, over 20 demigod rank experts appeared in the sky above the area where the Wugui family's experts were stationed. Boundless and mighty auras pressed down, causing the entire Wugui family's territory to be thrown into chaos. This power wasn't something that the ordinary experts of the Wugui family could resist. The 3 demigod rank experts of the Wugui family immediately flew up. When the patriarch of the Wugui family, Wu Han, saw the 20-plus demigod rank experts in the sky, his eyelids twitched and his face turned pale. Many of them were demigod experts from the super families of Nether City. The Wugui family couldn't afford to offend those super families. Wu Han felt depressed in his heart. Just who was it that actually brought so much trouble to the Wugui family? Facing these super families, how could Wu Han still dare to be arrogant? He respectfully and humbly said, I'm the patriarch of the Wugui family, Wu Han. I wonder what business do you have with us? If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize to all of you. If anyone in my family has done something to offend you, I will apologize to all of you. If anyone in my family has done something to offend you, I will definitely find them and punish them severely. We are a vassal family of Nether City's Biming family. Please show mercy. Hearing Wu Hun's words, the demigod rank experts didn't seem to buy it and coldly stared at him. Do you think that you can bring out the Biming family? Will it be fine? Even if the patriarch of the Biming family is here, he won't be able to stop us from slaughtering the Wugui family. Humph. Even if it's the Biming family, do you think they can fight against so many families? Wu Hun's heart trembled. Were these demigod rank experts prepared to slaughter the Wugui family? Everyone, please calm down. There's one thing I don't understand. I don't know how our Wugui family has offended all of you. If we have done anything inappropriate, we will immediately change it. Wu Hun said in a low voice. As the patriarch of the Wugui family, he usually had a high status. However, facing so many demigod rank experts, he had no choice but to lower his head. One of the demigod rank experts in the sky coldly snorted. Humph. Think carefully. Who did your Wugui family offend recently? Wu Hun carefully pondered. He couldn't understand who the Wugui family had offended recently. Even if they did, it shouldn't be enough to provoke so many experts from so many families at the same time. How could they have offended such a powerful person? Wu Hun suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the reason for all of this was Glory City? What if Glory City was the private property of some super expert? The more Wu Hun thought about it, the more afraid he got. With so many super families of Nether City trying to annihilate the Wugui family, it would be impossible for the Wugui family to continue existing. Wu Hun hastily said, "We know where we did wrong. Please calm down. Our Wugui family is willing to do our best to apologize to that lord." Wu Hun nearly knelt down. The other party was more than 20 demigod rank experts. Furthermore, they represented many super families of Nether City. These demigod rank experts went silent for a moment. That young master only wanted us to teach the Wugui family a lesson. He didn't want us to annihilate the Wugui family, right? That seems to be the case. There's also the Dark Guild. Since the Wugui family knows their mistake, let's capture them first. When we meet that young master again, we'll let him deal with them. After all, without Nie Li's precise orders, they didn't dare to make any decisions. Capturing them was the most suitable choice. Previously, Nie Li only wanted to borrow the hands of these demigod rank experts to teach the Wugui family and the Dark Guild a lesson. He never thought that these demigod rank experts would annihilate a family with multiple demigod rank experts just because of a sentence from him. He didn't make it clear, so these demigod rank experts were a little confused. If Nie Li wanted them to annihilate the Wugui family, they would definitely do it without any hesitation. However, right now, they didn't dare to make any decisions. Chapter 240. Very quickly, a piece of news spread through the various families at the entrance of the 9-layered Deathlands. The Wugui family had offended a powerful figure and was besieged by several superfamilies in Nether City. Even their patriarch Wu Hun had been captured. When this news spread, all the families were shocked. Just who was this powerful figure that could make so many superfamilies work for him? Apart from this, it was also said that these superfamilies were looking for the Dark Guild. It was said that they wanted to capture the entire Dark Guild, just like the Wugui family. However, the Dark Guild seemed to have disappeared and couldn't be found. Only then did the demigod experts of the superfamily stop. However, the Dark Guild had already been placed on the wanted list. First layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. Nie Li, Yiziyun, and Xiaoning were walking when Plume Flame Godnese flew over and landed on Nie Li's shoulder. "Big sister Plume Flame, where did you go?" Nie Li asked as he glanced at Plume Flame Godnese on his shoulder. A trace of sadness flashed across Plume Flame Godnese's face as she said, "The 9-layered Deathlands was the battlefield between the Demon Beast clan and the Human clan. There were many corpses of my clansmen. I found them using their auras and buried them." Hearing Plume Flame Godnese's words, Yiziyun and Xiaoning, are both revealed a trace of sadness. However, I also found this thing. Plume Flame God Knees didn't seem to want Niao Li and the others to be affected. She quickly withdrew her emotions and took out an ancient mirror. What is this? Yiziyun asked curiously. Xiaoning. Er's gaze also landed on the mirror curiously. So it's this thing. Niao Li raised his eyebrows in shock. He did not expect Plume Flame God Knees to find such an amazing thing on her trip. Looks like Niao Li knows about it as well. This is a soul mirror. It can absorb a person's soul and preserve it for years, Plume Flame God Knees explained. Plume Flame God Knees was right, but this was only one of the functions of the soul mirror. The soul mirror had many other uses. It also had some other uses. One had to reach the destiny realm to activate it. Plume Flame God Knees handed the soul mirror to Niao Li and said, I don't have any use for this. You can keep it. Niao Li nodded. Even Plume Flame God Knees didn't know the true function of the soul mirror. He wasn't sure of the true use of this soul mirror. Indeed, only he could bring out the full potential of this soul mirror. After storing the soul mirror, Niao Li stuffed the red pearl that Xiaoyu had obtained from killing the zombie Jiao dragon into Ning Er's hands. Ning Er blushed as she raised her head to look at Niao Li. Afterwards, she silently put away the red pearl. This was Niao Li's gift to her. If Xiaoyu was present and knew what Ning Er was thinking, she would probably vomit blood. This was clearly a gift from Xiaoyu, but in Ning Er's mind, it had become a gift from Niao Li. Let's go find Daozit and the others. Niao Li smiled. The four of them set off. Somewhere outside the 9-layered Deathlands, few people were gathered together, clustered around a young man in his 20s. This young man had an oval face. And should have been extremely handsome. However, his face was strangely pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help feeling a little creeped out and shuddered. This person's entire body was emitting a chilling aura. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Beside him stood two people. It was Long Sha and Gui Sha, who launched a sneak attack on Glory City. Lord Demon Lord, what should we do now? Those super families of Nether City aren't something that we can deal with. Long Sha said, a little worried. A smear of killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he lightly said, I never thought that they would have some ability to mobilize the experts of the super families of Nether City. Even the Wugui family was suppressed. Lord Demon Lord, you mean that all of this was done by the people of Glory City? It should be done by the youth that laid down the 10,000 demonic beast array. The corner of the demon lord's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he continued. This has piqued my interest. When can I meet him? He should be participating in the Master of the Nether Realms disciple selection. Furthermore, the probability of him being selected is very high. Demon Lord, you're also going to participate in the selection? You mean? Long Sha's eyes lit up as he understood something. Of course, I'm going to participate in the selection. As long as I pass, I'll be able to head to the Hagami Myunmyun. The physical body that I found before was too weak. This physical body is a supreme physique that can only be found once in a million years. Without cultivating the heavenly energy, I'm about to condense my fate star. If the master of the Nether Realm is knowledgeable, he will definitely accept me. The demon lord coldly smiled as he continued. I don't believe that the physical body that person found can surpass my supreme physique. No matter what that person's physical body is, it's definitely not comparable to Lord Demon Lord's supreme physique. Long Sha respectfully said. Gui Sha also nodded his head in agreement. The demon lord calmly said, While I'm away, you guys hide yourselves. There's no need for you guys to show yourselves. You can even join other families. Yes, we will await Lord Demon Lord's return. Long Sha and the rest immediately replied in a respectful tone. The demon lord raised his head and looked into the distance. In this life, He finally has the qualifications to head to the Hagami Myunmyun. Just what kind of person is that mysterious youth? With an opponent, this trip shouldn't be lonely. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a meaningful smile. The demon lord strode forward, step by step, and gradually disappeared. Looking at the demon lord's silhouette, the eyes of Long Sha and the rest flashed with determination as they knelt on one knee in the direction of the demon lord. We will serve the Lord with our lives and await the Lord's glorious return. From today onwards, the Dark Guild will disappear from the Nether Realm. However, no matter what, even if they waited until the end of time, they would still loyally await the demon lord's return and lead them again. Nia Li and the rest searched the 9-layered Deathlands. 2 days later, they finally found Daozit, Lu Piao, Duan Jian, and the rest. Adding them together, they actually gathered a total of 11 spiritual origin fruits. For cultivators that haven't reached legend rank, these spiritual origin fruits were of the highest quality. Taking the spiritual origin fruits, they returned to the Jade Seal family's encampment. When they knew that Nia Li and the rest had safely returned, Luo Xiao and the rest felt relieved. After all, Nia Li was too important to the Jade Seal family. Nia Li and the rest returned to their respective tents. Each of them took a spiritual origin fruit and prepared to cultivate. The 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was about to open, so they had to quickly increase their strength. Nia Li sat cross-legged, took out a spiritual origin fruit, and swallowed it. A warm current flowed down his throat, into his abdomen, and flowed towards his 4 limbs and hundreds of meridians. The medicinal energy of the spiritual origin fruit was extremely pure. It constantly nourished Nia Li's soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. Nia Li's soul realm continued to expand. Previously, when he comprehended the law of death, Nia Li's cultivation showed signs of breaking through. It's just that he didn't make a breakthrough. Now that he ate a spiritual origin fruit, and under the effect of the 3 law energies, the energy within Nia Li's body continued to rise. His cultivation continued to rise, breaking through continuously until he reached the pinnacle of 5-star black gold rank. Logically speaking, with the stimulation of Duan Jian's soul realm and the 3 law energies, Nia Li's strength should have been able to rise all the way to legend rank. However, after cultivating the Heavenly God cultivation technique, the difficulty for Nia Li to advance from 5-star black gold rank to legend rank was much slower than Yi Xiun, Xiao Ning, and Daozit. Therefore, he stopped at the doorstep of legend rank. From his soul realm, Nia Li could sense that, aside from him, the rest of them were also advancing by leaps and bounds, charging towards legend rank. After cultivating the supreme cultivation technique that Nia Li gave them, along with the stimulation of the soul array, he believes that it won't be long before they all step into legend rank. If someone can become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, then the safety of Glory City would no longer be an issue. Time slowly passed as he quietly cultivated. Just when Nia Li was concentrating on his cultivation, he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Nia Li walked to the entrance of the tent and pulled the curtain up. Raising his head, he saw Ning standing outside. Who knows what she was thinking about? Her face was red all the way to her neck, making her look even more charming. She was holding onto a tray with a bowl of soup on it. Ning, what are you doing here? Nia Li asked. Nia Li's sudden voice startled Ning. She lost her grip on the tray, causing the bowl to fall and the soup to spill out. No, nothing, Ning nervously said. She hurriedly cleaned up. She was so shy that her cheeks were red and her chest was heaving up and down. The soup was spilled all over Ninger's clothes. Nia Li hurriedly helped Ning pick up the bowl on the tray. He looked at Ning, puzzled. He doesn't know what's wrong with Ning, but her expression doesn't seem right. Ning, I was only wearing a thin silk dress. Within her purity, there was a trace of charm and sexiness. After the soup was spilled on her body, the thin silk dress stuck to her body. He could vaguely see her white and delicate skin. The light pink chest wrap was unable to cover her proud breasts. It was faintly discernible, giving off an indescribable temptation. Looking at the shy and charming Ning, Niali didn't know what to say. "Are you all right? Quickly go back and change your clothes," Niali said a little awkwardly, lowering her head to look at her body. Ning immediately hugged the tray to her chest. She lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, "Then I'll go back first." When she finished speaking, Ning lowered her head and hurriedly walked away. Looking at Ning, Oi's silhouette, Niali revealed a trace of doubt. Why is there something wrong with Ning today? After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. Thus, he could only forget about it. Niali turned around and walked back to his tent. When he returned to his tent, Ning face was boiling. Looking at the tray in her hand, her heart was beating like a rabbit. She was only wearing a thin chest wrap. Niali wouldn't misunderstand that she was a loose girl, right? She stomped her feet. It was all Xiao Shue's idea, causing her to embarrass herself in front of Niali. Chapter 241. A day quickly passed by. Countless experts from the various families in Nether City soared into the sky. The 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was about to open. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the experts from the various families were extremely excited. If they could become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, their future would be like a meteoric rise. Even if they weren't a direct disciple, their status would be completely different. Many demigod rank and legend rank experts had already soared into the sky, ready to enter the 7th layer at any time. Niali and the rest had also gathered outside the tent and raised their heads to look ahead. A few thousand meters away, tens of meters in the sky, waves of law energy were constantly condensing from all directions. The shape of a gate was already faintly discernible. That was the gate to the 9-layered Deathlands. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of experts standing in the sky, ready to enter at any time. On the ground, there were even more black gold rank experts, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Many of them were prepared to enter the 7th layer of the Deathlands. The temptation of becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm was too great for them. Everyone seemed to be a little impatient. "Niali, are we going to be the first to enter the 7th layer?" Dowsett and the rest asked Niali. "No need." Niali shook his head. "The master of the Nether Realm will definitely not accept anyone as a disciple based on who enters first. We just need to enter the 7th layer before it closes." Luo Xiao and the rest walked towards Niali. Glancing at Niali and the rest, Luo Xiao asked, "Nephew Niali, are you guys also going to enter the 7th layer?" "That's right." Niali nodded his head. Luo Xiao lightly sighed in his heart. Actually, he wasn't too willing for Niali to take the risk. However, he couldn't stop him. If he did, he was worried that Niali would retaliate. After all, they were only in a cooperative relationship. It was impossible for Niali not to participate in such a big event like the master of the Nether Realm accepting a disciple. Since that's the case, nephew Niali must be careful and protect yourself, Luo Xiao warned. In the 9-layered Deathlands, we might not be able to take care of you. Luo Xiao also held a sliver of hope towards becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. "Uncle Luo, don't worry. We will do our best." Niali smiled. Niali looked back. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others were all ready. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In the distant sky, the gate had already gradually condensed, and a mysterious vortex appeared on the gate. The door to the 7th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands is finally open. Go. The demigod rank experts at the very front whistled into the mysterious whirlpool and quickly disappeared. These demigod rank experts were the patriarchs of some of the super families in Nether City. Immediately after, the experts at the back also followed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Groups of experts swarmed in. The crowd was like a river in the sky. Nephew Nieli, it's best for you guys to stay at the back and enter with the experts from the Jade Seal family. We'll be going first. Luo Xiao said to Nieli, All right, Uncle Luo, have a safe trip. Nieli cupped his hands. After bidding farewell to Nieli, Luo Xiao and the rest led a group of legend rank experts towards the entrance of the 7th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. Roughly half an hour later, tens of thousands of people had entered. Nieli turned his head towards Dowsett and the rest and said, Let's enter together. At this moment, Plume Flame Godnese transmitted her voice to Nieli. Nieli, you have to be careful when you enter. We still don't know if the master of the Netherrealm is a friend or foe. Don't reveal too much talent. It's fine as long as you're chosen. Li's talent was simply too frightening. Li had already comprehended 3 types of law energies. Once he's able to completely control the law energies, he would become the most powerful spiritual god in history. There were probably very few spiritual gods that would tolerate such an existence. I know. Nieli nodded. His gaze was deep. The master of the Netherrealm is someone that has been to the Draconic Ruins realm. For someone that cultivates the heavenly energy, what does 3 types of law energies count for? Of course, sometimes it's necessary to hide one's abilities. Li's objective for this trip was to let Dowsett and the rest become the disciples of the master of the Netherrealm. As for himself, he could do whatever he wanted. Li and the rest flew up. Together with the rest of the Jade Seal family, they entered the 7th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. Countless sceneries flashed past the eyes of Li and the rest. Desolate sceneries were everywhere. On the boundless wasteland, there were corpses everywhere. Li knew that the sceneries that flashed past were scenes from the 1st to the 6th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. Back then, during the Great War between the Demon Beast clan and the Human clan, there were indeed countless casualties and corpses littered the land. Back then, when he saw the mural in the tomb of the Death God, Nieli felt that there was more to it than meets the eye. The experts of the 2 clans wouldn't fight to the death without absolute certainty of killing the other party. Who knows, it might be related to the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm. Roughly a moment later, Nieli and the rest finally came to a stop. This place was filled with deep ravines and countless abysses. Beneath everyone's feet was a circular inscription pattern array that floated in the air. Yi Xian, Xiaoning, Lu Piao, Dowsett, and the rest were all floating in the air not far from Nieli. Looking into the distance, it was densely packed with experts from various clans. There were even more experts appearing one after another. Such a huge scene reminded Li of his previous life in the Draconic Ruins realm and the spectacular scene of the Divine Sex Disciple Selection. He wondered what the master of the Netherrealm's test would be like. A trace of abstruseness appeared in Li's eyes. Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, he had to first find the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. With his aptitude in his previous life, it was impossible for him to reach the pinnacle. It was only because of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book that he had the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. The Holy Emperor's forces were spread across many realms. He was the supreme ruler of these realms. If Li wanted to confront the Holy Emperor, it would be impossible without the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Thinking of that despicable bastard, Li's heart was filled with rage and loathing. In his previous life, when Li's cultivation reached the pinnacle, he had once collected the souls of his relatives and Yi Xian in the tiny world. He wanted to reconstruct their bodies and revive them. However, when he was reviving his relatives and Yi Xian, the Holy Emperor used a secret technique to endlessly whip the souls of Li's relatives and Yi Xian until they vanished into thin air. Aside from that, the Holy Emperor slaughtered his way through anyone who came in contact with Li, regardless of whether they were related to Li or not, was killed. The reason for all of this was because when the Holy Emperor calculated the heavenly Tao, he suspected that Li was his nemesis. In the battle in his previous life, Nya Li advanced at the last moment and suppressed the Holy Emperor in terms of cultivation. However, he was still besieged by the Holy Emperor and 6 deity-rank demon beasts and died. In this life, Nya Li didn't want the same ending as his previous life. Aside from reaching that realm before the Holy Emperor calculated the heavenly Tao, he now had brothers like Daozit, Lu Piao, and Duan Jian. He no longer wanted to fight alone. Leaving the tiny world and heading to the Draconic Ruins realm was only the first step he had to take. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he saw a few figures standing proudly in the sky. These experts were wearing armor and were 5 to 6 meters tall. They had huge black wings on their backs, giving off an endless sense of oppression. These should be the servants of the Master of the Nether Realm. We've just received an order from the Master of the Nether Realm. In the previous selections, many people would die. However, this time we will have a special test. There won't be any deaths in the 7th and 8th floors. You guys should rejoice and thank the Master of the Nether Realm for his benevolence. The voice of one of the servants coldly spread throughout the 7th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands. Hearing the words of the servant, the experts of the various clans all revealed expressions of relief. They had taken a huge risk by participating in the Master of the Nether Realm selection. If they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. However, for some unknown reason, the Master of the Nether Realm actually showed mercy this time. However, many experts from the various clans glanced at the people around them with hostility. Even if they were from the same clan, at this moment, they were all competitors. No matter who it was, if they were chosen by the Master of the Nether Realm, they would be able to soar to the top and become a phoenix. At this moment, in the midst of the dense crowd, a demonic young man in a white robe was quietly sitting with his legs crossed. When he heard the servant's words, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. This demonic youth was the demon lord who had come to participate in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection. Since when did the Master of the Nether Realm start to be soft-hearted? The demon lord coldly laughed as he thought to himself. Aside from that, the patriarchs of the various super-clans of Nether City were also slightly astonished. They had participated in the past few years, and the number of experts that had died was uncountable. They had no idea why the Master of the Nether Realm would show mercy this time. However, to them, it wasn't a bad thing. I wonder what kind of test the Master of the Nether Realm will give. No matter what kind of test they give, I will become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm. A girl from a different race with a fiery figure and a fiery red outfit lightly snorted. Her appearance was slightly different from that of a human. Her ears were a purplish red color, and her short red skirt barely covered her buttocks. That astonishing arc and curve, as well as those white and tight thighs, gave off a strong visual impact. At the same time, the clothes on her body were also extremely hot and sexy. Her swollen breasts seemed as though they were about to burst out of her clothes. This girl from a different race attracted the attention of many people. Who is this woman? How dare she be so arrogant? You don't even know her? She's the eldest daughter of the Firebird clan, Hua Hua. This little girl's power is rather shocking, and even a demigod rank cultivator doesn't dare to provoke her. She can be considered as a rising star of the younger generation, but she faintly shows signs of surpassing Songming. It's said that a demigod rank cultivator had provoked her and was crushed to death by her legs. Chapter 242. Hearing the discussion. Some of the people who were coveting Hua's beauty immediately stopped. They glanced at Hua's tight and slender legs and felt a chill run down their spines. Although her legs were indeed beautiful, they didn't want to be squeezed to death. Other than Hua, Songming and Muyi were the most eye-catching among the younger generation. However, there were also some juniors. Although their cultivations were only at black gold rank, they weren't completely uncompetitive since they were rising stars. The servant's deep voice reverberated in the sky. The test begins. The servant waved his hand, and the power of laws in the air split into millions of strands that flew in front of everyone. Then they slowly condensed into a head-sized ball of water. This ball of water was transparent, but there were many fine lines in it. Seeing the water ball in front of him, Nya Li raised his eyebrows. It was the ball of reflection. This was a test of a person's control over soul force or the power of law. This is the sphere of inverted images. You have to pour your soul force or law energy into the sphere and extend it along the thin line in the center. If it leaves the line, the sphere will explode. You will pass if you can extend it by a foot. Those who can't will be sent back. The servant coldly said, "The stronger one's control over their soul force and the power of laws, the more they would be able to defeat the strong. Furthermore, their comprehension of soul force and the power of laws would also be deeper." When the sphere of inverted images appeared, some powerhouses couldn't wait to try it out. Several experts placed their hands on the surface of the reverse image ball. A wave of soul power extended from their palms towards the thin lines in the water ball. But not long after, the water ball exploded with a bang. A blank expression appeared on his face. He didn't understand what was going on. However, the inscription pattern array under his feet quickly turned into rays of white light that enveloped him. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared. He was sent out of the 7th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. One by one, the experts tried injecting their soul power. However, one figure after another turned into rays of white light and disappeared. Nya Li surveyed his surroundings. There were already a few hundred people missing. He knew that many experts still did not understand why the water ball had exploded. This water ball was called the ball of inverted images. That was because the threads inside the water ball weren't real to the naked eye. They could only be sensed with soul force. "Nya Li, how do you play this thing?" Lu Piao looked at Nya Li and asked, "Close your eyes and use the power of law to carefully sense it." Nya Li said with a smile, "I see. I understand now." Daozit's eyes lit up. He was very smart and understood it immediately. He slowly placed his hand on the surface of the water ball and slowly poured his soul power into it. More and more people were eliminated. Many people couldn't help but panic, but there were also people who passed. Song Ming's power of the law extended for more than 3 feet into the ball of inverted images before the water ball exploded with a bang. Seeing the scene, the servant in the sky slightly nodded his head. Among the younger generation, there were still some with decent talent. After Song Ming finished his test, he raised his head and arrogantly looked at Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the rest in the distance. Among the younger generation, only Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and a few others could attract his attention. Mu Yi poured his power of law into the water ball and extended it. A brief moment later, it exploded. 1 foot. Song Ming glanced at Mu Yi, only to see Mu Yi smiling at him. Song Ming coldly snorted. He knew that Mu Yi was intentionally hiding his strength until now. He still couldn't see through Mu Ye's strength. Hua also placed her hand on the ball of inverted images and poured her power of law into it. The power of law continued to extend until it reached 3 feet before it exploded. Seeing this scene, Song Ming's brows twitched. At least in terms of control over the power of law, Hua Hua wasn't the slightest bit inferior to him. No matter if it was Mu Yi or Hua Hua, both of them would be strong opponents for him to become the direct disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. One by one, the results of the test came out. There were still many who could reach 1 foot, but those who could reach 2 feet and above were few and far between. Those who could reach 3 feet and above were even rarer. Pointless test. The demon lord looked at the sphere of inverted images before him and slowly placed his right hand on the surface of the sphere of inverted images. His law energy extended into the sphere of inverted images. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. The law energy continuously revolved around the sphere of inverted images until it reached 7 feet before exploding. However, when the demon lord was taking the test, not many people noticed it. The servant in the sky noticed this scene and slightly twitched his brows. He never thought that there would be such a super genius in this batch. Such a super genius would probably make even the master of the nether realm look at him in a different light. At this moment, the results of Nia Li's group came out one after another. Haha, my power of law reached 2 feet. Lu Piao placed her hands on her hips in excitement. Indeed, I'm a true genius. I reached 3 feet. What about you guys? Wei Nan looked at the others and asked. 3 feet. 3 feet. Zhu Xiangjuan, Xiao Shui, and the rest replied. Hearing the words of Wei Nan and the rest, Lu Piao's face instantly darkened. He was actually the worst amongst his group. Wei Nan and the rest had already reached 3 feet. Needless to say, that monster, Nieli, was even worse. Lu Piao felt depressed in his heart. Why was it that he was always the one dragging them down? What about the 3 of you? Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Duan Jian and asked. I reached 5 feet. Yi Ziyun recalled and said. I also reached 5 feet. Xiao Ninger replied and glanced at Yi Ziyun. Their talent was about the same. I only reached 4 feet. Duan Jian said. I also reached 5 feet. Nieli, what about you? Daozit looked at Nieli and asked. Daozit also reached 5 feet. This caused Nieli to be a little surprised. Daozit's talent was far inferior to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. But thinking about it, in his previous life, Daozit's talent wasn't high either. However, by relying on his intelligence and hard work, he still reached a very high level. I'm more than 2 feet tall. Nieli smiled. Ha ha ha, there's finally someone like me. Lu Piao suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone looked at Lu Piao as if they were looking at an idiot. Lu Piao immediately swallowed his laughter. He thought of something and looked at Nieli disappointedly. He said gloomily, Nieli, you're always pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. It's too boring. During the test at St. Laurent College, Nieli scored 3 100s. Shan Xiu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. That scene was still fresh in his memory. Nieli shrugged. He had played with the ball of reversed images countless times in his previous life. He couldn't inherit the power from his previous life, but Nieli still remembered some of the tricks to controlling the power. His control wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. However, he only needed to pass this test. At this moment, the servant in the sky glanced at Daozit, Yi Ziyun, and the others. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Usually, young geniuses were 1 in 10,000. They were very rare. What was going on with this group of people? Why were there so many geniuses gathered together? There were a few people who were over 5 feet, although they were slightly inferior to the youth who was 7 feet. These people were obviously younger. Their future achievements were immeasurable. Apart from these people, the patriarchs of the various aristocratic families also scored 3, 4, and 5 feet. They were all quite impressive. However, there was almost no one who scored 7 feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those who didn't pass the test were sent back one by one. When they first arrived, there were more than 200,000 people. However, after a round of screening, there were only a few thousand left. The servant in the sky was obviously very satisfied with this result. He nodded slightly. You people have passed the first round of test. Next, I will send you to the 8th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands. There will be people who will conduct the second round of test, said the servant. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned into streaks of white light and disappeared. The originally bustling 7th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands instantly became empty. A moment later, countless monsters appeared out of nowhere. This was the original appearance of the 7th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands. The servant calmly stood in the sky. He gazed into the distance and said, I wonder if Master can find a suitable person this time. The 8th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands. A few thousand people appeared out of nowhere in a wilderness. This wilderness was dry and cracked. Flames soared into the sky from the cracks, and scorching heat waves were spewing out. If anyone below black gold rank was here, they would probably be burnt to ashes by the heat waves. Nya Li had been thinking about the location of the 9-layered Deathlands. Seeing this scene, Nya Li understood a little. This place should be the raging flame wasteland. At this moment, a powerful servant stood in the sky. He was covered in golden armor and had a pair of golden wings on his back. His figure was huge. Although these servants only had the cultivation of demigod rank, they were bestowed with enormous power by the master of the nether realm. Therefore, their strength wasn't something that ordinary demigod rank experts could compare to. The servant swept his gaze over the few thousand people and coldly said, "Although no one will die in this round of selection, if you aren't careful in the second round, you will also become trash. In this wasteland, there is a black infernal tower. This tower was left behind by a supreme expert. This pagoda contains the unparalleled power of the black flame. Various kinds of demonic beasts will appear inside. Although these demonic beasts are bound by chains, they can still release a tremendous amount of power. You will have to cultivate in that environment for 10 days. Only those who can cultivate to the state of an Ata will pass." Hearing the servant's words, some legend rank experts and even demigod rank experts were at a loss. Selfless state of mind? What was that? Reaching the selfless state of mind in the black flames? Interesting. The demon lord's brows slightly twitched as he looked into the distance. At the end of the wilderness, a towering tower stood, burning with black flames. That should be the black infernal tower that the servant mentioned. Chapter 243. The black infernal tower towered in the wilderness, its raging flames scorching the surrounding rocks red. When Tsangming, Mu Yi, Huahua, and the others saw the tower, they exchanged glances and revealed expressions of unwillingness to admit defeat. As direct descendants of superfamilies, they had all heard of the selfless state of mind. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it a try. Whoosh! 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 3 figures took the lead and flew towards the black infernal tower. Immediately after, the experts of the various races also flew towards the tower. The closer they got to the tower, the more they felt the scorching heat wave assaulting their faces. It was simply impossible to resist. The power of the black flames directly penetrated one's soul realm, completely disregarding one's cultivation. Some of the weaker ones, even demigod rank experts, couldn't resist it. Some people felt that the black flames weren't something they could resist and hastily retreated. There were also some who forcefully endured the black flames and charged in. However, they instantly let out miserable screams as their bodies were engulfed in the black flames. Seeing this scene, Nya Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These experts' souls weren't tough enough. If they forcefully charged into the black infernal tower, the black flames would burn their souls and turn them into a cripple. Nya Li glanced at the others and said, "Let's go." Nya Li and the others also headed towards the black infernal tower. Tsangming, Mu Yi, Huahua, and the others were the first to enter the black infernal tower. Soon after, the others followed suit. Approximately 500 to 600 people couldn't endure the black flames and retreated. As they approached the black infernal tower, Nya Li and the others felt a scorching heat wave assaulting their faces. This scorching heat wave directly assaulted their soul realms. Even Nya Li felt the scorching heat from his soul realm. He glanced at the others and asked, "How are you guys?" Yi Xin shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Xiao Ning also responded, "I'm fine as well." The others also responded in succession. Although the black flames were powerful, they all cultivated extremely powerful high-grade cultivation techniques. Therefore, in terms of the toughness of their souls, they were definitely 1 in a million geniuses. Therefore, Even though the black flames here made them feel a little pressured, they were still able to withstand it. However, it was not to the extent of burning their soul realms like those people before. He gradually approached the towering black infernal tower. The black infernal tower had 7 floors in total. The flames at the bottom were slightly red. The higher it was, the darker the color of the flames became. The flames at the top were as black as ink. Black flame on the top floor. The purity of the black infernal tower shocked even Nelly. He didn't know who had left this black infernal tower behind, but it was truly powerful. Feeling the waves of heat assaulting them, the group finally entered the black infernal tower. On the first floor of the black infernal tower sat many experts from various races. Upon arriving on this floor, many of them felt as though their soul realms were about to ignite. They didn't dare to continue ascending and hurriedly sat down on the ground of the first floor of the black infernal tower, comprehending a concept. However, there were also people who continued ascending to the second floor. Suddenly, Duan Jian's body was ignited with a blazing black flame. "Duan Jian, what's wrong?" Everyone was startled and asked with concern. They all thought that Duan Jian's soul realm was ignited like those people before. Seeing the black flames ignite on Duan Jian's body, the experts in the hall all revealed looks of pity. Another person was about to be crippled. However, something unexpected happened. Duan Jian didn't reveal any expression of pain. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. Seeing this scene, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the others were a little dazed. Black flames ignited on the bodies of the others. It was all because their soul realms were being burned. Why did Duan Jian look so happy? "Duan Jian, have you gone mad?" Lu Piao said. Duan Jian glanced at Lu Piao gloomily before turning to Nelly. "Master, I don't know why. This black flame seems to have some effect on my soul realm. After entering here, I discovered that the more black flames I absorb, the faster my soul realm improves." Duan Jian's face was filled with joy. Nia Li slightly nodded. Duan Jian possessed the inheritance of the Black Dragon's bloodline, and the Black Dragon just so happened to be the master of the black flames. It was normal for the black flames here to have an effect on Duan Jian's soul realm. Duan Jian's entire body was burning with black flames. Not only did he not let out a miserable shriek like the others, he was even jumping around happily, causing the experts from the various clans to be dumbfounded. Just what is this fellow that's burning with black flames? They didn't feel any pressure on the first floor of the black infernal tower. After a brief discussion, everyone headed to the second floor together. The spiral staircase continued to spiral upwards. Nia Li walked in front, feeling the intensity of the black flames getting hotter and hotter. With every step he took, the black flames would burn even more intensely. Even Nia Li had to carefully defend his soul realm. Among everyone, only Duan Jian felt abnormally relaxed. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. The purer the black flames, the greater the effect on his cultivation. They followed the spiral staircase all the way up. When Nia Li's group stepped onto the second floor of the black infernal tower, the various experts on the second floor instantly focused their gazes on Nia Li's group. There were only 200 to 300 people left who could enter the second floor of the black infernal tower. These 200 to 300 people could be said to be the elites of the entire Nether Realm. They more or less knew each other, but Nia Li's group was a complete stranger to them. However, the majority of them retracted their gazes. The black flames on the second floor of the black infernal tower had already caused them to feel an enormous pressure. They couldn't be bothered to investigate the identities of Nia Li's group anymore. Even Songming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others didn't dare to continue ascending. They found a place to sit down and quietly cultivate on the second floor of the black infernal tower. Nia Li's group also found a place to sit down and condense their soul realms. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Nia Li looked over and saw a bewitching youth sitting there. The youth's face was pale, and he seemed to be in a strange, sickly state. His eyes were bloodshot. Nya Li felt a terrifying power radiating from the bewitching youth. The strength of this power far surpassed that of his group. The bewitching youth also sensed something and looked in Nya Li's direction. After exchanging glances, the bewitching youth closed his eyes and began cultivating. Any conflict within the Black Infernal Tower was an unwise move. Resisting the black flames was already extremely strenuous. If a fight broke out, either side could be devoured by the black flames at any time. Nya Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know why, but Nya Li felt a trace of hostility from the other party. Thus he raised his guard. "Master, you guys can cultivate in peace," Duan Jian said to Nya Li and the others. In the Black Infernal Tower, he didn't need to cultivate like Nya Li and the others. He could still raise his cultivation. The black flames could greatly temper his physical body and soul realms. With Duan Jian by his side, he could indeed feel more at ease. Nya Li nodded slightly and closed his eyes to cultivate. At this moment, the others also began to concentrate on cultivating. Nya Li felt the scorching aura of the black flames around him. In his previous life, he already knew what kind of realm the Anata realm was. He just hadn't started cultivating it in this life. With the stimulation of the black flames, it was indeed easier for him to cultivate. His entire body was immersed in the black flames, and his body was being tempered bit by the black flames. Nya Li's physical body was constantly strengthening. Under the stimulation of the black flames, the 3 types of law energies within his soul realm were constantly surging. Although they were 3 different types of law energies, under Nya Li's control, they didn't interfere with each other and continued to condense. Gradually, Nya Li entered into a state of cultivation where he forgot himself. He was in a tranquil state. The burning sensation of the black flames seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. His cultivation was constantly stabilized, gradually stabilizing at 5-star black gold rank. Slowly, he began to charge towards legend rank. Advancing from 5-star black gold rank to legend rank was a relatively difficult hurdle. However, with the Heavenly God cultivation technique and Kong Ming the Great's mantra, Nya Li was able to control the 3 types of law energies. Very quickly, the barrier to advancement showed signs of breaking. Nya Li's cultivation was about to step into legend rank. Once he stepped into legend rank, the level of his cultivation would undergo a great transformation. On the 2nd floor of the Black Infernal Tower, aside from Duan Jian, everyone else was quietly cultivating. In the sky outside the Black Infernal Tower, the golden armored servant was quietly watching. Among these people, there are a few that aren't so simple. The golden armored servant could clearly see everything that was happening in the Black Infernal Tower. His gaze swept past Duan Jian and the others before finally landing on the strange fair-skinned, bewitching youth. He should be the one with the highest talent out of everyone. However, there are a few others that aren't too far off. The golden armored servant's gaze swept past Nya Li, but didn't stop. In his view, Nya Li's talent was a little lacking compared to Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and the others. While sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Nya Li could sense that their soul realms were linked together. A soul array was rapidly forming, like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the black flame energy. Everyone's strength was increasing at a crazy rate. This Black Infernal Tower will stimulate their cultivation to step into a whole new level. This is the realm that countless people in Glory City yearn for. Chapter 244. Just as Nya Li and the rest were concentrating on their cultivation, the Demon Lord slowly stood up. Seeing the Demon Lord stand up, Duan Jian tightened his grip on the black flame sword as he coldly stared at the Demon Lord, ready to fight at any moment. His senses were sharp, and when the demonic youth in front of him met Nya Li's gaze, he caught the trace of enmity in the latter's eyes. This demonic youth's strength was unfathomable, and he had definitely reached the demigod rank. The demon lord merely glanced at Duan Jian before silently walking towards the stairs leading to the third floor. Seeing the demon lord's actions, Duan Jian felt slightly relieved. He could sense that the other party's strength wasn't simple, and if they were to fight, he wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. However, since the other party's goal was only to head to the third floor, it was fine. It would be best if he didn't clash with the other party. Just as the demon lord was about to move, Songming also stood up. His actions were surprisingly similar to the demon lord's, and they both headed towards the third floor. Songming looked at the demon lord with enmity. He could sense that the demon lord's strength wasn't inferior to his, so he didn't take the initiative to find trouble with the demon lord. Instead, he stepped onto the stairs ahead of the demon lord and headed towards the third floor. Songming was a competitive person, and he always wanted to be number one. Therefore, he had to reach the third floor before the demon lord. The demon lord's brows twitched, but he didn't argue with Songming. Instead, he followed behind. The two of them walked up the spiral staircase and gradually disappeared at the end of the staircase. Many people were already struggling to reach the second floor, not to mention the third floor. Under everyone's gazes, a few more people stood up one after another. Mu Yi Hua Hua, and the rest also stood up and headed towards the third floor. Some of the patriarchs of the super families could only obediently stay on this floor, although many of them had cultivations that far surpassed Songming's group. The black flames of the Black Infernal Tower completely disregarded cultivation. Only those with powerful souls could survive. Only a dozen or so people stood up one after another. He headed towards the third floor of the Black Infernal Tower. Nie Li's soul drifted and entered a mysterious realm. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. This sentence kept echoing in Nie Li's ears, as if it was being urged by this incantation. The vine in his soul realm grew many more leaves, and a flower bud actually formed on one of the forks. The flower bud swelled and was plump. It was as if it would bloom at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. Under the urging of the spell, the three types of power of laws continuously impacted the barrier of advancing to the legendary realm, just like a tsunami hitting a reef. Wang, in his soul realm, a powerful wave swept out. The barrier to the legend rank was instantly torn apart. The power of law was like a flood bursting a dam, crazily surging in all directions. After filling up Nie Li's soul realm, it was still not enough. Like a raging tide, it rushed towards Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest. This power was simply too vast and boundless. Although Nie Li's realm was very high, he had only stepped into the legend rank from 5-star black gold rank. However, the density of his law energy was more than 10 times that of an ordinary expert in the same realm. The law energy had completely filled up the soul realms of Yi Ziyun and the rest. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest were cultivating when they felt the boundless law energy. Their soul realms were being squeezed, and they couldn't help frowning. Their soul realms couldn't accept such a huge law energy. Under this pressure, their soul realms expanded at an uncontrollable speed. After a long while, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others all opened their eyes and gasped for breath, their backs drenched in sweat. The law energy that was pouring in from Nie Li's body was simply unbearable. However, it also caused their cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Daozit had directly reached 2-star legend rank. Lu Piao and the rest had also reached 1-star legend rank. Looking at Nie Li, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. The capacity of Nie Li's soul realm was simply too terrifying. Just the overflowing energy alone was enough to fill their soul realms several times over. If it wasn't for the fact that the toughness of their souls was high enough, who knows, their soul realms might even explode. Nie Li is simply too monstrous. Lu Piao, who was standing by the side, was speechless. That terrifying law energy had nearly taken his life. Suddenly, Nieli opened his eyes, and a divine light blossomed from them. He had already stepped into the legend rank, adding on the fact that he had already grasped 3 types of law energy. He wouldn't be inferior even if he faced a demigod rank expert. Even Nieli himself didn't know what level his fighting strength would reach if he were to really fight. "Let's go to the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower," Nieli said calmly. The terrifying aura emanating from Nieli's body alarmed many demigod rank experts on the same floor. Those demigod rank experts couldn't help but look over with deep shock and horror in their eyes. They could feel that Nieli's body was emitting an extremely dangerous aura that they simply couldn't resist. This was the first reaction of these demigod rank experts. They absolutely can't provoke this person. Under the gazes of these demigod rank experts, Nieli and his group headed towards the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower. The 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower was a space with a circumference of a few dozen meters. When Nieli and his group stepped onto this floor, a deafening roar filled everyone's ears. The terrifying roar caused everyone's expressions to change. They felt as though their eardrums were about to shatter. When they raised their heads to look, they saw that the walls of the 3rd floor were densely packed with spiderweb-like chains. At the center of the chains was a huge demon beast, furiously roaring. When this demon beast discovered that someone had arrived, it furiously struggled in an attempt to break free. However, the various inscription patterns on the chains emitted a dazzling radiance as a powerful force bounced it off the chains and sent it crashing into the wall. Nieli raised his head to look at the demon beast. This demon beast looked a little like a deer and a little like a tiger. It had a long horn on its head, and its body was covered in black scales. "Nieli, what kind of demon beast is this?" Yi Ziyun asked in shock. She could faintly sense that this demon beast's body was filled with lightning and fire attribute energy. Lu Piao and the others trembled in fear. This demon beast's aura was extremely frightening and gave off a terrifying pressure. If they weren't trapped in the chains, even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to withstand this enormous power. Although this demon beast was trapped in the chains, it seemed as though it could break free at any moment. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. Daozit and Duan Jian took out their respective weapons and prepared to fight at any moment. Seeing this demon beast, Nieli actually laughed and said, "Daozit, you've hit the jackpot." Jackpot? Daozit was a little puzzled. Nieli's gaze fell on the demon beast. He lightly smiled and said, "This demon beast is a celestial qilin." "So it's a celestial qilin." Lu Piao's eyes lit up as she looked at the celestial qilin. "What's wrong with a celestial qilin?" Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning looked at Nieli, Lu Piao, and Daozit in doubt. Daozit's soul realm is in the form of a celestial qilin thundercloud. This celestial qilin is the most suitable demon spirit for him, Daozit explained from the side. Hearing Daozit's words, everyone understood why Nieli said that Daozit hit the jackpot. Daozit knew that a celestial qilin's demon spirit was the most suitable for him. However, he didn't know what a celestial qilin looked like. Only today did he find out what a celestial qilin looked like. However, this celestial qilin was so powerful. Even if it was chained, no one dared to approach it, not to mention killing it and obtaining its demon spirit. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled from the celestial qilin's body. Its body was 5 to 6 meters tall, and its eyes were like copper bells. It gave off a terrifying aura. It angrily paced back and forth as it looked down at Nieli and his group. It constantly pulled on the chains behind it. Lu Piao shrunk her head as she said, "So many people came to the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower. They couldn't have all been eaten, right? The celestial qilin is still chained up. How could it eat people?" Daozit rolled his eyes at Lu Piao and continued, "The others probably couldn't cultivate on this floor, so they went to the higher floors." "Nieli, what rank is the celestial qilin?" Lu Piao asked curiously. This celestial Qilin should still be underage. That's why the chains were able to bind it. I'm afraid that you guys won't understand what realm an adult celestial Qilin can reach, even if I tell you now. A spiritual god is considered a heavenly fate realm expert. Above the heavenly fate realm, there's still the heavenly star realm, heavenly axis realm, Tao of dragon realm, and martial ancestor realm. Even the weakest celestial Qilin can reach the 6th stage of the Tao of dragon realm. Nye Li's words stunned everyone. Why were there so many powerful realms above the spiritual god realm? They originally thought that the spiritual god realm was the most powerful existence. The reason why Nye Li didn't tell them about the realms above the spiritual god realm was because they hadn't stepped into legend rank. Even if they knew, it would be meaningless. For the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm, legend rank was only the beginning of cultivation. The strength of the celestial Qilin shocked Dowsett. Although the celestial Qilin had yet to reach adulthood, it was obvious that it had boundless potential. Nye Li went silent for a brief moment. Although the demon beast that Dowsett had integrated with was also a god-level growth rate demon beast, it couldn't be compared to the celestial Qilin, especially since the celestial Qilin was extremely compatible with Dowsett's soul realm. Dowsett was Nye Li's best brother. Since there was an opportunity for Dowsett to obtain the celestial Qilin, Nye Li would definitely not let it go. However, the celestial Qilin before them wasn't easy to deal with. There was no need to doubt the strength of the celestial Qilin. Even if it was still in its infancy, it wasn't something that an ordinary demigod rank expert could deal with. Plume Flame Godnese sat on Nye Li's shoulder and asked in a worried tone, Nye Li, are you really going to deal with the celestial Qilin? Chapter 245. Nye Li's gaze landed on the celestial Qilin. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Although this celestial Qilin has only lived for a few thousand years, its intelligence should have already reached a very high level. Old geezer, after listening for so long, it's time for you to express your intentions. Nye Li looked at the celestial Qilin that was chained up. Hearing Nye Li's words, everyone was at a loss. Who is Nye Li talking to? At this moment, they heard the celestial Qilin's deep voice. Brat, you guys actually want to kill me and seize my demon spirit? Humph, aren't you too naive? With just you guys? The celestial Qilin's sudden words shocked everyone as they stared blankly at the celestial Qilin. This was the first time they'd seen a demon beast that could speak human language. Among everyone, only Plume Flame was relatively calm. She still had some understanding of the celestial Qilin. However, it wasn't an easy task for Nye Li to seize the celestial Qilin's demon spirit. Even if all of them joined forces, they might not be a match for this celestial Qilin. Nye Li indifferently took a few steps forward and calmly looked at the celestial Qilin. Being trapped here by the Black Flame prison inscription rune shouldn't be feeling good, right? What does it have to do with you whether I'm feeling good or not? The celestial Qilin snorted. Among the demon beasts, the celestial Qilin is considered to be the most unusual. They never have a friend. The celestial Qilin's inner core is a treasure that all demon beasts yearn for even in their dreams. Other demon beasts dream of killing a celestial Qilin and seizing its inner core. The reason you're trapped here is probably because you haven't matured and the celestial Qilin's inner core hasn't formed. I wonder who trapped you here to use you to nurture the core? Nye Li looked at the celestial Qilin and lightly smiled. A cold light flashed in the celestial Qilin's eyes as it looked down at Nye Li. Human, what do you want? In the celestial Qilin's heart, it never imagined that Nye Li would be able to see through everything so clearly. He wondered where Nye Li came from. I have a way to help you escape. Nye Li looked up at the celestial Qilin and said patiently, Are you willing to be trapped here forever? Then one day, they would be slaughtered like cattle. Snatch the inner core? Brat, who are you calling livestock? The celestial Qilin roared furiously as lightning crackled around its body. What's the difference between you and an animal waiting to be slaughtered? I'll raise you like this for now. When you reach adulthood, your Naiden will have formed. He was killed. Nya Li smirked when he saw the celestial Qilin's enraged expression. He wanted to infuriate the celestial Qilin. Brat, I know what you're thinking. You want to kill me and take my demon spirit. What's the difference between you and those people? Why should I listen to you? The celestial Qilin snorted angrily. It's true that we want your demon spirit, but we don't need to kill you. There's a compromise as long as you're willing to form a soul seal with my friend. Your body will automatically turn into a demon spirit and enter my friend's soul realm. Nieli said. Hearing Nieli's words, the celestial Qilin laughed and said, automatically turning into a demon spirit? What's the difference between that and being killed? You cunning humans, if you want to use this to fool me, you must be thinking too simply of me. Of course there's a difference. If I kill you, I'll take your demon spirit. If your master dies, you'll naturally die along with him. But if a soul seal was formed, when you turn into a demon spirit, you will still have your own consciousness. After your master dies, you will be free. Our human lifespan, it's only 100 years. Considering the long lifespan of a celestial Qilin like you, it's nothing. Nya Li faintly smiled. Hearing Nya Li's words, the celestial Qilin's figure slightly paused. It rolled its eyes. Nya Li's words were indeed somewhat tempting. For the celestial Qilin, there was indeed some temptation. Daozit's brows tightly knitted. He felt that there was a problem with this. What if the celestial Qilin schemed against him? He glanced at Nya Li. Nya Li looked extremely confident, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Therefore, Nya Li didn't raise the doubts in his heart. All right, I agree to your conditions. The celestial Qilin readily agreed. Then give me some of your blood first. Nya Li said, what do you want my blood for? The celestial Qilin frowned. Without your blood, how am I going to form the soul seal? Nya Li faintly said. The celestial Qilin paced back and forth as it coldly said, are you lying to me? I've never heard of such a soul seal that can turn the physical body into a void. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. There are millions of secret techniques in this world, and there are many things that you don't know about. Nya Li shrugged. Don't think that I don't know that you want to plot against me. In any case, I won't give my blood to you. The celestial Qilin snorted. Unless you can think of another way. The celestial Qilin's blood was extremely precious as it contained their secret technique. Under normal circumstances, the celestial Qilin's physical body was extremely powerful, and it was very difficult for them to break through. Therefore, it was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain the celestial Qilin's blood. The celestial Qilin also wouldn't easily hand over its blood to others. The celestial Qilin possessed spiritual wisdom and was extremely cunning. How could Nya Li not know that the celestial Qilin was deliberately being perfunctory? The reason why the celestial Qilin agreed so readily was probably because it wanted to form a soul seal with Daozit to escape. Then it would look for an opportunity to harm Daozit and regain its freedom. Nya Li was already prepared in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the celestial Qilin's blood to restrain the celestial Qilin. However, the celestial Qilin was extremely cunning. It probably felt that Nya Li had other intentions, so it wasn't willing to hand over its blood. Since that's the case, then we can't come to an agreement, Nya Li said as he looked at the celestial Qilin with interest. So what if we can't come to an agreement? In any case, I won't give my blood to you. The celestial Qilin coldly snorted. What can you do to me? At most, I'll just stay here. You want me to become your demon spirit? Dream on. If I can break free from these chains, none of you will be able to escape. I'll tear all of you to shreds. The celestial Qilin relied on its powerful strength and didn't place Nya Li and company in its eyes at all. It constantly spat out lightning from its nose. If it wasn't for the array on the chains, the lightning alone would be enough to turn Nya Li and company into ashes. Nieli, if you really can't do it, then forget it. Douse it, said to Nieli when he felt the terrifying aura from the celestial Qilin. Their current strength was still too weak, so they might not be able to do anything to the celestial Qilin. Nieli shook his head and said, "It wasn't easy to find a celestial Qilin. No matter what, I have to help you obtain its demon spirit." Nieli looked at the celestial Qilin in front of him and slightly narrowed his eyes. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for using other methods to force you to submit." The celestial Qilin angrily stomped its feet and said, "Humph, ignorant humans. You want to force me to submit? What a joke. This daddy has killed at least hundreds of thousands of humans at your level. Even if this daddy is trapped here, what can you do to me?" "You're the one who said it." Nieli coldly snorted. Since the celestial Qilin had slaughtered so many humans, he wouldn't be polite anymore. He glanced at Duan Jian and said, "Duan Jian, give me some of your blood." Yes, Duan Jian didn't have the slightest hesitation. He opened his mouth and bit his arm. Fresh blood immediately dripped down. Although Duan Jian's physical body was very strong, and it was hard for external objects to break through, it was still very simple for him to use his own teeth to bite. He quickly collected a basin of fresh blood. Nieli held the basin of Duan Jian's blood and continuously drew mysterious inscription patterns on the ground. These mysterious inscription patterns surrounded the celestial Qilin in a circle. "What kind of inscription patterns are these?" Lu Piao and the rest asked curiously. "Duan Jian's blood contains the powerful power of the black flames. These inscription patterns can gather a portion of the black flames in this pagoda here," Nieli said. When he finished the last stroke, waves of terrifying black flames rapidly gathered in this direction. As the black flames gathered more and more, the celestial Qilin anxiously paced around when it felt this terrifying burning power. It was most afraid of the black flames in this pagoda. This was also the reason why that person had trapped it here. The blazing black flames continuously roasted the celestial Qilin. The temperature grew hotter and hotter. This kid actually managed to gather the black flames. Then it would be in for a rough time. As the temperature rose, the celestial Qilin breathed out scorching hot air. However, it was impossible for it to surrender to that kid so quickly. At this moment, somewhere in the 9th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands, a group of people were sitting and chatting in an exquisite courtyard. There was a spring in front of the table that reflected the scene inside the black infernal tower. This group of people knew everything that was happening inside the black infernal tower, like the back of their hands. Xiaoyu, who was standing behind a black-robed expert, lowered her head and whispered into the black-robed expert's ear, "Father, you didn't believe me when I said that this person's comprehension of the Tao of inscription patterns has already surpassed mine. Do you believe me now? This person's comprehension of the Tao of inscription patterns is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, his talent is outstanding." The black-robed expert lightly nodded his head. He raised his head and glanced at the 6 people in front of him, only to see that they were also looking down with rapt attention. "Envoys, you guys didn't manage to pick a single person in the previous rounds. I'm sure everyone is satisfied with the geniuses this time, right? However, don't forget our agreement. The first disciple will be chosen by our Hagami Munyan first." The black-robed expert lightly smiled as he continued. "This time, our 6 major sects fought against the Yaoshan sect under the jurisdiction of the ancestral demonic Saint Land. Our Hagami Munyan suffered the most losses, so I hope everyone can take care of us." The 6 people in front of the black-robed expert exchanged glances. Among them, a beautiful woman wearing a white silk dress smiled and said, "We'll naturally abide by our previous agreement. All of us came from the tiny world. Although we belong to different sects, there's no need to treat each other as outsiders. Outsiders weren't able to enter the tiny world. Only people like them, who had left the tiny world, could enter and exit freely. However, the various sects of the Draconic Ruins realm had never stopped recruiting talents from the tiny world. This group of people were the special envoys responsible for recruiting talents. Chapter 246. Although these people belonged to different sects in the Draconic Ruins realm, since they all came from the tiny world, they had formed a small group. A white-bearded old man sighed as he continued. The tiny world's demon beast clan was instigated by the Yaoshin sect to slaughter all the humans and other life forms in the origin world. In the past tens of thousands of years, there were only a few geniuses that appeared in the origin world. Only the dreamy cloud world and a few other dimensional worlds have produced a few geniuses. However, compared to the sects that we're in, it's simply a drop in the bucket. The black-robed expert smiled as he continued. The Draconic Ruins realm is vast and boundless, with countless lesser realms that we can recruit. We don't have to worry too much about it. Even if the Yaoshin sect is powerful for the time being, if our sects work together, they might not be able to take advantage of us. That's right. The white-bearded old man sighed and did not say anything else. I wonder which one the master of the nether realm likes more. The beautiful woman smiled as she looked at the black-robed expert. This black-robed expert was the nether master who controlled the nether realm. Everyone thought that the nether realm only had one pinnacle expert, the nether master. However, that was not the case. The nether master was only in charge of making an appearance. Behind the nether realm, including the nether master, there were 7 supreme experts. These experts from the 7 clans continuously recruited geniuses from other clans and recommended them to the Hagami Munyan and the other divine sects. Hearing the beautiful woman's question, Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at the nether master beside him. He was looking forward to the nether master's answer. The nether master pondered for a moment before saying, "It's that youth called Nyali, right?" Oh. A trace of astonishment flashed past the absolutely beautiful woman's eyes as she said, "Although that youth called Nyali has a deep understanding of inscription patterns, in terms of talent, I'm afraid he's inferior to that white-clothed youth. That white-clothed youth's talent is quite extraordinary. According to my guess, he probably possesses the legendary Supreme physique." The other 5 powerhouses were also a little puzzled. Indeed, in their opinion, the white-robed youth was the best choice. If the master of the nether realm doesn't want that genius, then it will benefit our Heavenly Note sect. The absolute beauty charmingly smiled. The master of the nether realm's voice was calm without a trace of emotion. You don't necessarily have to choose the most talented. I feel that this youth isn't bad. She didn't know why the master of the nether realm would choose the youth. However, they did not doubt the master of the nether realm's judgment. The white-haired elder glanced at the absolute beauty and smiled. Next up is the Heavenly Note sect's turn. Is Ling Yun going to choose that white-clothed youth? If I don't choose him, can everyone let me choose 2 people first? The beautiful young woman called Ling Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were filled with charm. Oh, the Heavenly Note sect is not going to choose that white-clothed youth? The rest looked at Ling Yun. They all thought that Ling Yun would definitely choose that white-clothed youth. After all, isn't that youth's talent the strongest? I'm already so old. I'm worried that people will gossip if I choose a handsome young man as my disciple. I feel that the 2 little girls by that young man's side are pretty good. Why don't you give those 2 little girls to me?" Ling Yin said with a smile that was like a flower. "With 2 female disciples, I can occasionally say some intimate words. Ling Yin really knows how to plan. 1 for 2, it's not a loss." The white-haired elder smiled. "However, since Ling Yun has this intention, it won't be good for us to refuse. It seems that the white-clothed youth will belong to our Divine Cloud sect. I want the one with the black dragon bloodline." Inside the black infernal tower, Nia Li and the rest didn't know that all of their actions had been seen by someone else. Those people had already divided up their group of people. As time passed, the celestial Qilin gradually couldn't endure the roasting of the raging flames any longer. It started to curse. "Little bastards, fight me if you have the guts. See if I don't tear you apart. You sons of B** cheese. You don't dare to fight me head-on and only know how to play dirty." The celestial Qilin constantly cursed. "I've never seen a divine beast with such a foul mouth." Dowsett gloomily said, did he really want to subdue this foul-mouthed celestial Qilin? He really didn't know how this celestial Qilin grew up. Which human did it learn so many profanities from? However, Nieli didn't care. He wanted to subdue this celestial Qilin first. After all, it wasn't that easy to find a celestial Qilin in other places. The celestial Qilin continued cursing for over an hour before it finally stuck its tongue out in a parched state. The terrifying black flames continued to burn as if they were trying to cook it. Although it possessed an extremely powerful physical body, the black flames in the tower weren't ordinary flames. Let's continue our cultivation. We'll be able to see a roasted celestial Qilin soon. Nieli appeared to be very calm. The celestial Qilin finally couldn't endure the terrifying flames any longer. It finally gave in and said, "Brat, how about we discuss the conditions again? Give us a portion of your blood first." Nieli indifferently glanced at the celestial Qilin. "Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about." The celestial Qilin angrily snorted and said, "You want me to give you my demon blood? That's impossible. If I'm really burned to death by the black flames, then don't even think about obtaining my demon spirit. I'll definitely explode my demon spirit before I die." "You're most welcome." Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's fine if I don't have your demon spirit. You've killed so many humans. Killing you today can be considered enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Although it's a pity that I won't be able to obtain your demon spirit. I heard that everything on the celestial Qilin is a treasure. Demon scales, demon palms, demon whiskers, demon penis, and so on. I heard that the celestial Qilin's demon penis is really nutritious." Hearing Nieli's words, Yizun and Xiaoning couldn't help blushing as they secretly spat. Nieli was really too vulgar. Lu Piao's eyes lit up as she hurriedly moved to Nieli's side and said, "Is the demon penis really nutritious? How do you eat it? Stew it? Braise it?" Xiao Shui glanced at Lu Piao and said, "If there's a demon penis, it can indeed nourish Lu Piao." Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Nieli, Dowsett, and the rest looked at Lu Piao with strange gazes as they held back their laughter. Lu Piao was stunned for a moment before she immediately understood something. Her face flushed red as she said, "Don't misunderstand. I definitely don't have that problem. I'm not going to eat this demon penis. You guys can eat it." Hearing Nieli's words, the celestial Qilin felt a chill in his crotch. He couldn't help clamping his hind legs together as he cursed. "You bunch of despicable and shameless people. I'm so angry. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Lu Piao slightly narrowed her eyes as she looked at the celestial Qilin and said, "Sure, you can detonate the demon penis and demon spirit before you die." Hearing Lu Piao's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Piao's move was really too ruthless. The celestial Qilin's face turned black. Why did it have to encounter such a group of hooligans? Thinking about how it would die and its demon penis would be stewed, the celestial Qilin's mood couldn't even be described as depressed. A divine beast like it had actually fallen to such a state, but it was underage, but it was locked here. Otherwise, how could it have ended up in such a sorry state because of Nieli's group? Back in the day, it had slaughtered countless experts, including many demigod rank experts. As long as it killed 1,000,000, it would be able to use its killing intent to refine its inner core and step into the heavenly fate realm. However, it was beaten up by a hooligan crazy old man and locked in this black infernal tower. Then, it never saw the light of day as it was burned by the black flames. Now, even Nieli's group of brats had started to bully it. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when it fell to the plains. When the celestial Qilin recalled the pitiful scene of its demon penis being stewed after its death, it finally admitted defeat and lowered its voice. I admit defeat. Let's renegotiate the conditions. There's nothing to discuss. Hand over your demon blood first. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Lu Piao arrogantly pointed at the celestial Qilin. All right, I can give you my demon blood, but you have to remove this inscription pattern array first. The celestial Qilin panted. Sure. Nya Li removed the inscription pattern array and stared at the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's eyes turned and asked, "What are you going to use to store it?" "Use this." Nya Li took out a basin from his interspatial ring and tossed it over. The celestial Qilin knew that Nya Li could continue activating the inscription pattern array at any time. After a brief consideration, it bit its left foreleg and dripped a drop of demon blood into the basin. "The demon blood is here. How are you going to arrange a soul seal?" The celestial Qilin probed. "I have to use the demon blood to arrange a soul seal on your body," Nya Li replied. "Since you want to arrange a soul seal on my body, why don't you come over?" The celestial Qilin was ecstatic, but it remained calm and collected. "Of course I will come over. However, you have to kick that basin of demon blood over first. The celestial Qilin's demon blood is good stuff. Once your body transforms, there won't be that much demon blood left. Let's collect a few more basins first," Nya Li said. How could he not know what the celestial Qilin was planning? The celestial Qilin wanted to wait for him to go over and then seize him. "That won't do. Our demon blood is very precious. How can you do this?" The celestial Qilin said indignantly. It didn't understand what Nya Li was planning, so it didn't dare to hand over the demon blood. Lu Piao glared at it and snorted. "Hurry up and kick the demon blood over. Otherwise, you don't want your demon whip anymore." The celestial Qilin was extremely depressed. It hated it the most when people used its demon whip to threaten it. The celestial Qilin swept a glance at Nya Li and the others. In the end, the celestial Qilin could only admit defeat and kick the basin of demon blood away. The basin of demon blood landed between Nya Li and the celestial Qilin. It was about 3 meters away from the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin raised its head and glanced at Nya Li and the others. "I accidentally kicked it too lightly. I can't reach that place anymore. You guys can take it yourselves." Chapter 247. Nya Li raised his head to look at the celestial Qilin and narrowed his eyes. The celestial Qilin was crafty and cunning. With its control over its power, it definitely wouldn't make such a small mistake. The celestial Qilin was only trying to bait them. Isn't this a simple matter? Lu Piao took out a leather whip and lashed it at the pot of demon blood in an attempt to pull it over. At this moment, there was a sudden crackling sound and the leather whip was instantly shattered into pieces. The celestial Qilin revealed an imperceptible sneer and pretended to be innocent. "There's a prison locking array set up within a 3-meter radius around here. I'm not sure about the situation either." Everything within a 5-meter radius was under its control. How could it let Nya Li and the others obtain the demon blood so easily? "Nya Li, the celestial Qilin is doing this on purpose." Plume Flame reminded Nya Li, "I know." Nya Li nodded. How could he not know the celestial Qilin's little trick? Nya Li looked at the celestial Qilin and smiled. "Since that's the case, I can only take it myself." Nya Li slowly walked in the direction of the celestial Qilin. "Nya Li, be careful." Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning couldn't help but remind him. It was extremely dangerous to approach the celestial Qilin. "Don't worry, Nya Li knows what he's doing." Dowsett smiled. He understood Nya Li too well. How could Nya Li fall for such a little trick? Nya Li slowly walked over. He was 7 meters away from the celestial Qilin. 6 meters, seeing that Nya Li was about to enter its territory. The the celestial Qilin couldn't restrain its joy. However, a brief moment later, Niali stopped 5 meters away from the celestial Qilin. He didn't take another step forward as he raised his head to look at the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's pupils constricted slightly. Nia Li's intention was very obvious. He was telling the celestial Qilin not to play any tricks. Nia Li had already seen through all of its thoughts. The celestial Qilin snorted coldly. So what if you've seen through me? I don't believe you can get my demon blood. At this moment, Nia Li's body rapidly transformed into a fanged panda. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast at the celestial Qilin. A black and a white light sphere flew towards the celestial Qilin. Humph, you finally couldn't help but make a move. You want to snatch my demon blood? But so what? The celestial Qilin snorted coldly. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning towards the yin-yang blast. Even if it was trapped here, it wouldn't be able to escape. His strength was not something an ordinary demigod could withstand. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the lightning struck Nia Li's yin-yang blast. However, the yin-yang blast instantly exploded and a powerful shockwave swept out. The instant the yin-yang blast exploded, Nia Li threw out a draconic bomb. Then he quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and charged towards the demon blood. You want to snatch my demon blood? Dream on. Since you're here, don't even think of leaving. The celestial Qilin coldly snorted. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. At the sight of this, Yixiun and the rest couldn't help but feel their hearts in their mouths as they executed their spells. Icicles and wind blades flew towards the celestial Qilin in an attempt to hold it back. Boom! 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 When these attacks landed on the celestial Qilin's body, they only felt like tickles. They didn't cause any damage to the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's physical body was too powerful. Roar! The celestial Qilin madly roared and spat out lightning. However, at this moment, a draconic bomb flew over and landed in the celestial Qilin's mouth. With a boom, the draconic bomb exploded. However, the celestial Qilin's physical body was too powerful. It was only pushed back a few steps by the draconic bomb. Nia Li was as fast as lightning. He scooped up the demon blood with his right hand and threw it towards Dowsett and the rest. At the sight of this, the celestial Qilin furiously roared. Countless lightning bolts bombarded the area where Nia Li was standing. Although Nia Li had thrown the demon blood away, he could only dream of escaping. As for Nia Li himself, he could only dream of escaping. As the incomparably dense lightning bolts were about to land on Nia Li's body, Nia Li could feel the power tearing his body apart. Boom! 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 The devastating lightning bolts swept across, forming a terrifying thunderstorm that engulfed Nia Li's figure. Humph! That kid must have fallen for it. The celestial Qilin sensed that it was impossible for Nia Li to escape under such circumstances. Everyone's hearts were in their throats when they saw Nia Li being engulfed by the thunderstorm. This terrifying thunderstorm wasn't something that Nia Li could withstand at his current state. The celestial Qilin didn't intend to kill Nia Li in one blow. The thunderstorm merely knocked him unconscious. Nia Li was clearly the leader of the group. As long as it could control Nia Li, it wouldn't have to worry about the others not obediently submitting to it. The thunderstorm surged violently before finally calming down. However, when the celestial Qilin focused its gaze, it saw that the ground was empty. How could this be? The celestial Qilin furiously raised its front hooves and stomped down heavily. Boom! 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 Waves of thunderstorm energy bombarded indiscriminately. It wanted to search for Nia Li's position, but it discovered that it couldn't sense Nia Li's presence at all. A brief moment later, Nia Li's figure slowly appeared 7 meters away. Earlier, when the celestial Qilin attacked him, Nia Li used the void form combat skill and entered the void form state. Therefore, the celestial Qilin wasn't able to attack him. How did you escape? The celestial Qilin looked at Nieli, its heart filled with unwillingness. You don't need to know that. Nieli lightly smiled. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit was a special type of demon spirit. It was extremely rare, and many of its combat skills were unknown. Although this celestial Qilin had lived for a long time, it didn't seem to know much about demon spirits. At the very least, it didn't know about the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Nieli, we've obtained this basin of demon blood. What are we going to do with it? Lu Piao asked as she held the basin of demon blood and looked at Nieli. Give it to me. Nieli lightly smiled. He took the basin of demon blood from Lu Piao's hands and started drawing inscription patterns on the ground. Mysterious inscription patterns covered the ground. Seeing these inscription patterns, the celestial Qilin angrily paced back and forth. It looked at Nieli and asked, You won't go back on your words, right? Could it be that after Nieli obtained the demon blood, he still wouldn't let it go and still wanted to kill him? Of course we won't go back on our words like you. We'll use your demon blood to set up an inscription pattern array. We can trap you and prevent you from plotting against us. We'll use your demon blood to write a soul seal on you and douse it. From today onwards, your body will void form and merge with Dowsit's soul realm. However, don't even think about plotting against Dowsit. The soul seal on your body must be removed by Dowsit. Only then can you regain your freedom. You'll have to obediently protect him from now on. Nieli said. For Dowsit's safety, Nieli had no choice but to take some precautions. What if he dies an unnatural death? The celestial Qilin grumpily said. I don't know about that. In any case, this is the current situation. Nieli shrugged his shoulders. The celestial Qilin was depressed. However, when a tiger falls to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. What could it do? It could only obediently accept its fate. Nieli's conditions were quite generous. After all, a human's lifespan wasn't long. When Dowsit dies, he should be able to regain his freedom, right? After all, a person's death was like an extinguished lamp. As long as it didn't offend Dowsit, there was no reason for Dowsit to not release it after his death. All right, it's a deal. I'll do my best to protect him. However, if his lifespan is really about to run out, you must let me go. The celestial Qilin pondered for a moment. If it was trapped here, it would be slaughtered and eaten once it matured. In comparison, lowering its head and following a human for 100 years wasn't something unacceptable. Dowsit stood there proudly and said in a serious tone, I, Dowsit, have always been a man of my words. As long as you follow me for 50 years, I will let you go no matter what I do. All right. The celestial Qilin readily agreed. In comparison, it felt that Dowsit was much easier to deal with than Nieli. It could see that Dowsit was a more honest person. Nieli could finally rest assured when he saw the celestial Qilin lowering its head. Dowsit's future achievements would definitely reach an astonishing level after fusing with the celestial Qilin. Even if it was only 50 years, it would be more than enough for Dowsit. After all, Dowsit was cultivating the supreme cultivation technique that Nieli had taught him, the celestial Qilin technique. In the tiny world, Nieli could control the majority of the situation within the legend rank. However, if he were to head to the Draconic Ruins realm, the situation there would be much more dangerous than the tiny world. Even if he had cultivated to the heavenly fate realm and possessed many fate souls, it would still be easy for him to lose his life. At that time, Nieli might not be able to take care of Dowsit and the rest. Therefore, Nieli hoped that he could help Dowsit and the rest increase their strength in order to deal with the dangers that they might encounter in the future. Nieli's enemy was the Sage Emperor, who wielded overwhelming power. Facing such an enemy, Nieli didn't dare to slack off. He had to start from the beginning and perfect his plan to deal with the Holy Emperor. In this life, Nieli couldn't walk the same path as he did in his previous life. Although his strength was astonishing in his previous life, he was still a loner. In this life, He wanted to let his friends grow up. The inscription patterns on the ground blossomed with dazzling light and formed into inscription pattern chains that bound the celestial Qilin, causing it to be unable to move. Only then did Nya Li walk to the celestial Qilin side. Using the celestial Qilin's demon blood, he continuously drew soul seals on the celestial Qilin's body. Nya Li dipped his finger in the demon blood and placed it on Daozit's forehead. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from Daozit's forehead. The demon blood on the celestial Qilin's body also burst out with light and covered its entire body. Its body slowly turned illusory and gradually became translucent, then transparent. Finally, with a whoosh, it turned into a stream of light and shot into Daozit's forehead. In an instant, 2 divine lights blossomed from Daozit's eyes. The divine lights contained all kinds of concepts of lightning and flames. It had a kind of breathtaking might. "It's done." Nya Li lightly smiled. Now that Daozit has subdued the celestial Qilin, his strength will definitely have a significant increase. Chapter 248. Every increase in strength of their companions would increase their chances of survival when they head to the Draconic Ruins realm in the future. "Let's go. Let's try going up another floor," Nya Li said after a brief thought. The others should have already headed to the higher floors of the Black Infernal Tower, so they could also go up and take a look. When Yizi and Xiaoning and the rest were on the 3rd floor, they were still very relaxed. The only ones who felt a little pressure were Lu Piao and Xiao Shui. However, Lu Piao and Xiao Shui were still able to persevere, so they should be able to go up another floor. Everyone continued to head up the stairs. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, when they saw Nya Li subdue the celestial Qilin and integrate it into Daozit's body, becoming Daozit's demon spirit, the Nether Master, Ling Yin, and the other experts all had shocked expressions on their faces. The Nether Master's eyesight is indeed extraordinary. The inscription pattern he used seems to be some kind of secret soul seal. It should only exist in the Draconic Ruins realm. Even people of our level can't come into contact with it. I wonder where he obtained it from. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with curiosity. Just how many secrets does this brat, Nya Li, have hidden on his body? The other experts also inwardly muttered. Although Nya Li's talent wasn't as good as the white-clothed youth, the methods he had displayed were extremely shocking. The Nether Master glanced at the gray-clothed, middle-aged man beside him and lightly smiled. "I still have to congratulate Brother Tianhun. The youth beside you has integrated with the Celestial Qilin. The Celestial Qilin will definitely transform his bloodline and turn him into a peerless genius." The expert, called Tianhun, was naturally overjoyed. Although the Celestial Qilin in the Black Infernal Tower had yet to mature and couldn't form an inner core, once it was integrated into Daozit's body, it would definitely turn Daozit into a peerless genius. Before, he didn't think highly of Daozit, but now Daozit's position in his heart was a little different. Tianhun cupped his hands and laughed. "Haha, it's all thanks to you." In the Draconic Ruins, Realm Master and Disciple were one. Once someone betrayed their master, they would be labeled as a traitor by the various divine sects and be hunted to death. Once the master-disciple relationship was established, if the disciple shined brightly in the future, then the master would also bask in the light and obtain an extremely high position in the divine sect. That was why these super experts were fighting over disciples. Although they were supreme existences in the tiny world, their positions in the Draconic Ruins realm weren't that prominent in the various sections. The master of the Nether Realm looked at Nya Li's back and revealed a faint smile. "I wonder what other surprises this youth will bring me." 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Currently, there were only slightly more than 10 people on this floor. Songming, Muyi, and Huahua were all present. However, the pale-faced, white-clothed youth was still present, but it wasn't on this floor. Could it be that the white-clothed youth had already made his way to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower? When Nya Li and the rest arrived, Songming had just retracted his gaze from the staircase. His eyes were still filled with unwillingness. This time, he came to the master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection to be number 1. However, he had personally witnessed someone ascend to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. He had wanted to go up countless times, but he had always been forced back by the scorching black flames. In other words, his soul's tenacity was far inferior to the other parties. Just when he was about to give up, Nya Li and the rest arrived at this moment. He furrowed his brows for a moment. He couldn't go to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. The more people on the 4th floor, the more mediocre he would seem. Hua Hua and Mu Yi opened their eyes and glanced at Nya Li and the rest before attracting their gazes. They were also unable to enter the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Everyone on the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower was a competitor on the same level. Not to mention that there were so many of them, causing them to be shocked. Just where did this group of people come from? Why haven't I seen them before? After arriving at the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower, Lu Piao, Xiao Shui, Wei Nan, and the rest could no longer hold on. Dao Zit, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning all seemed to have some energy left, but they couldn't go any higher. Only Nya Li, Plume Flame, and Duan Jian were left, and they looked relatively relaxed. The entire 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower was filled with black flames, causing Lu Piao and the rest to feel like their bodies were boiling. You guys stay on this floor for now. I'll go to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower with Sister Plume Flame. Nya Li looked at Dao Zit and the rest, then glanced at Duan Jian. Duan Jian, stay on the 4th floor and protect them. Yes, Duan Jian replied respectfully. Nya Li raised his head and glanced at the spiral staircase. Could there be other things hidden on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower and higher floors? Nya Li, be careful, everyone said with concern. I understand. Nya Li nodded and walked toward the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Seeing Nya Li's actions, Song Ming snorted. How can the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower be so easy to reach? Previously, when he was walking up the spiral staircase, every time he went up a step, he felt that the power of the black flame was several times stronger. When he reached the 6th step, he retreated. The others also tried, but none of them could surpass Songming. Nya Li stepped onto the 1st step and instantly felt a wave of heat assaulting his face. He raised his head to take a look. It seemed that the 5th floor of the Black Infernal Tower wasn't going to be easy to reach. When Nya Li was about to head to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, almost everyone on the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower looked over. They all wanted to see what level Nya Li could reach. They didn't think that Nya Li could reach the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. So far, only that monstrous young man in white could do it. The others were too far behind. Under everyone's gaze, Nya Li walked up the stairs step by step. The 2nd step, the 3rd step. With every step he took, Nya Li felt a terrifying pressure on his face. The black flames surged. He didn't know how the young man in white managed to get up there. Was the resilience of that person's soul really that strong? What Nya Li didn't know was that the Demon Lord had experienced the pain of his soul being burned every day. The resilience of his soul had already reached an unimaginable level. In addition, the Demon Lord had a supreme physique in this life, so the black flames were nothing to the Demon Lord. Nya Li slightly furrowed his brows. Since someone could reach the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, he couldn't be any weaker. When they saw Nya Li walk up step by step, Song Ming and the others all stared at him. When Nya Li reached the 5th step, they were already extremely shocked. They didn't expect Nya Li to continue. The 6th step. The 7th step, Song Ming's eyes flashed with a deep dissatisfaction. To think that there were 2 people whose souls were far more resilient than his. He had always been regarded as the number 1 genius of Nether City, but he couldn't understand why. Where did these 2 people come from? He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat in his heart. Mu Yi and Hua also revealed curious expressions. They didn't know where Nya Li and that young man in white came from, but their talents were actually so shocking. As Nya Li walked forward step by step, he constantly tempered his state of mind. With every step he took, he seemed to enter a profound realm that constantly absorbed the power of the black flames. As for Plume Flame, God Knees. To Plume Flame, God Knees, entering the black infernal tower was simply too happy. She cultivated the law of fire, so the surrounding black flames seemed to be sucked into a bottomless whirlpool. As long as she had enough law of fire, Plume Flame God Knees' divine body would continuously grow stronger. Big Sister Plume Flame, do you know who left this black infernal tower here? Nya Li asked as he looked at Plume Flame God Knees. There were still many things he didn't understand about the black infernal tower. Plume Flame God Knees' thoughts were distant, as she said, speaking of which, the history of the black infernal tower is even older than the 9-layered Deathlands. In an extremely ancient time, there were 2 experts who comprehended the legendary boundless mysteries. In order to fight for something, they engaged in a great battle that even the spiritual gods didn't dare to participate in. These 2 peerless experts seemed to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was said that one of them died and the other was injured. This black infernal tower was a treasure left behind by them. When this treasure fell, the entire plane turned into a land of raging flames. Boundless mysteries? Nya Li furrowed his brows. Could those 2 experts be Kong Ming the Great's disciples? In order to fight for Kong Ming the Great's inheritance? No one has been able to move this black infernal tower. Later on, some spiritual gods made use of it and turned it into a training ground. Plume Flame God Knees said, "As for the celestial Qilin, I have no idea who locked it here." Nya Li nodded his head as he understood. To possess strength that even the spiritual gods feared, the strength of Kong Ming the Great's inheritors was indeed extraordinary. There were a total of 5 Kong Ming the Great's inheritors. If one was dead, wouldn't that mean that there were only 4 left? However, there was also a piece of bad news. Although one had died, it meant that the other one had become even more powerful. That's because the 5 inheritors of Kong Ming the Great had been killing each other. If they killed the other inheritors, they would be able to obtain their boundless mysteries. A light flashed through Nya Li's mind as he recalled the crazy old man in the Abyss prison realm. That crazy old man was most likely one of the inheritors. From time to time, he would wander around the ancient tablet and recite that mantra 3 times. He might have already discovered that Nya Li was also one of the inheritors. As for why the other party didn't kill him, Nya Li thought of a possibility. His current comprehension of the boundless mysteries was still too low. Therefore, there was no value in killing him. Take the celestial Qilin, for example. A young celestial Qilin simply didn't have any value in killing him. However, once it matured and formed an inner core, it would become a priceless treasure. Thinking about it, Nya Li couldn't help sweating. So he had unknowingly stepped into a trap. I'm still worthless to you right now. However, I'm afraid that you will regret it in the future. A profound light flashed through Nya Li's eyes. It looked like he had to head to the Draconic Ruins realm as soon as possible to increase his strength. 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower when Nya Li stepped onto the 5th floor. His gaze fell onto the white-clothed youth who was cultivating in the middle of the 5th floor. The white-clothed youth seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Nya Li. Neither of them said a word. Aside from Plume Flame God Knees, who was hiding in Nya Li's sleeve, there were only the 2 of them on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Chapter 249. Nya Li could sense the terrifying and bizarre aura coming from the other party. A surge of energy surged towards him, even more powerful than before. His opponent's cultivation must have increased after arriving at the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Just when Nya Li was about to sit down and cultivate, the white-clothed youth suddenly burst forth. Countless black chains shot towards Nya Li from all directions. He's going to attack without saying a word? Feeling the chains descending, Nya Li quickly leaped away. Boom! 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 Wherever Nya Li's feet landed, it was instantly bombarded by the chains. Streams of black flame energy continuously exploded. The black infernal tower was extremely sturdy, so when the chains bombarded its surface, sparks flew in every direction. Nya Li constantly leaped away, dodging the storm-like attacks. While still in the air, his body began to transform. He turned into a fang panda and shot out yin-yang blast from his mouth. Boom! 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 The entire 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was engulfed by the violent energy. I never thought that we would meet here. The bewitching youth coldly smiled, but his attacks did not stop. I'm also a little surprised, Demon Lord. Nya Li coldly snorted as he stared at the Demon Lord. So you've already guessed who I am. The Demon Lord said as his hands rapidly formed seals. His body rapidly transformed into a 5-meter-tall, 8-armed giant demon. He brandished his fist towards Nya Li's direction. His fist energy contained the law of hell. If I can't even guess this, then wouldn't I be an idiot? When Nya Li saw the Demon Lord's demon spirit, he was startled. He never thought that the Demon Lord would actually fuse with an extremely rare 8-armed black hell demon. This kind of creature only appeared in the Abyss prison realm. It's extremely powerful and mysterious, with many terrifying combat techniques. Even Nya Li didn't know much about it. Nya Li could feel the Demon Lord's control over the law of hell. He had already comprehended it to an extremely shocking level, and was only a step away from becoming a spiritual god. Boom, boom, boom. The energy of the law of hell continued to explode, suddenly exploding around Nya Li. That terrifying impact ruthlessly bombarded Nya Li's back, blasting Nya Li away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Nya Li's mouth. His internal organs felt like they were about to explode. He flew to the wall and roared at the sky. The laws of light and darkness quickly condensed, forming 2 huge balls of light, one black and one white. 10-fold yin-yang blast. So. The black and white spheres intertwined as they flew towards the Demon Lord's 8-armed dark fiend. As the 2 spheres of light collided, a terrifying explosion resounded. The terrifying might instantly engulfed the Demon Lord. Even Nya Li was caught in the terrifying might of the yin-yang blast. A 10-fold yin-yang blast could even kill a demigod rank expert. Is he dead? Nya Li crossed his arms in front of his chest, resisting the incoming impact. Raising his head, he wasn't sure if the Demon Lord was dead or not. After all, he didn't have a clear understanding of the Demon Lord's strength. Before the terrifying might of the yin-yang blast could subside, the enormous 8-armed dark fiend suddenly appeared beside Nya Li. Its speed was so fast that Nya Li couldn't react in time. 2 of the 8-armed dark fiend's hands grabbed onto Nya Li's right leg and smashed him onto the ground. Boom! 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 The 8-armed dark fiend's strength was boundless as it continuously smashed Nya Li onto the ground. This terrifying force was simply unstoppable. Nya Li felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter. Nya Li's body rapidly shrunk and reverted back to his human form. With 2 puffs, a pair of black and white wings sprouted from his back. He also condensed the law of death into a pair of huge white bone gauntlets that blocked the 8-armed dark fiend's attack. Boom! 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 The 2 figures turned into afterimages as they continuously exchanged blows on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. The terrifying shockwaves continued to wreak havoc. If it wasn't for the Black Infernal Tower being sufficiently sturdy, it would have long been destroyed by this violent force. I admit that your talent is indeed shocking. Furthermore, you've actually comprehended 3 types of law energy. However, compared to my supreme physique, you're still too lacking. You're destined to not be my opponent. The Demon Lord furiously roared. In his 8-armed dark fiend form, his entire body turned scarlet and his strength rose to another level. Nia Li felt a terrifying pressure. This demon lord was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced. With his current strength, he still wasn't a match for the demon lord. 10,000 soul lock. The demon lord furiously roared as he raised his fist and punched towards Nia Li. There seemed to be countless ghosts wailing on the surface of his fist as a terrifying pressure bore down on Nia Li, as though it could crush everything into powder. Nia Li's heart trembled. This force was simply too powerful. He immediately circulated the law of death and condensed several bone walls in front of him. Boom! 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 The bone walls shattered layer by layer. Nia Li tried to find an opening in the demon lord's body, but the demon lord was simply too powerful. His control over his strength had also reached the point of perfection. It wasn't something that Nia Li could match up to. Sensing that Nia Li wasn't a match for him, Plume Flame Godnese, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't help but take action. With a wave of her hand, several firewalls were condensed in front of Nia Li. In addition to that, countless fire chains coiled towards the demon lord like giant snakes. The demon lord's myriad soul lock shattered Nia Li's bone walls and collided with Plume Flame Godnese's firewalls. Only then did the demon lord's figure slow down a little. Sensing the countless fire snakes coiling towards him, the demon lord brandished his 8 arms and grabbed at the fire snakes. Asterisk bang, 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 bang. Asterisk. Your helper is finally willing to show himself. The demon lord retreated a few steps as a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nia Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although Nia Li still had a life-saving method and wouldn't be killed by the demon lord, Nia Li didn't have the slightest chance of winning if the battle continued. The demon lord was simply too powerful. Furthermore, Nia Li could sense an extremely powerful demonic energy hidden within the demon lord's body. If that energy was unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. Plume Flame Godnese flew in the sky as she coldly stared at the demon lord. She was prepared to fight with all her might. However, Plume Flame Godnese couldn't help feeling a little solemn in her heart. Even she wasn't sure if she could defeat the demon lord. The demon lord's body constantly shrunk as he returned to his original appearance. He glanced at Nia Li and said, "From this battle, I can at least confirm that you're not a spiritual constellation expert. I don't know what methods you use to reach your current cultivation and knowledge, but it has piqued my interest. I'm not in a rush to kill you today. I want to see what level you can reach in the future." From the very beginning, the demon lord had no intention of killing Nia Li. He only wanted to probe Nia Li's strength. Whether you can kill me or not is still a question. Nia Li's brows twitched as he spoke without showing any weakness. Although his current strength was only in the legend realm, he had grasped countless secret techniques that could stimulate his potential to the extreme. He still had some capital to contend with the demon lord. However, Nia Li still wasn't sure how many trump cards the demon lord had hidden. Thus, there was no need for him to risk his life at this moment. "Oh, you're pretty confident." The demon lord narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept past Nia Li's body. Truth be told, although Nia Li's strength was slightly inferior to his, he could sense that Nia Li still had many hidden cards up his sleeves. This was also the reason why he gave up on killing Nia Li. His cultivation was still at the most crucial point, so there was no need for him to waste his time on some unnecessary people. The demon lord swept a glance at Plume Flame Godnese, who was floating in the air. If he had guessed correctly, this petite woman should be a spiritual god that had reconstructed her divine body. Her strength was also immeasurable. "I'll head to the Draconic Ruins realm first," the demon lord thought inwardly. The situation on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was in a deadlock. Nia Li and the demon lord were cultivating on their own. Although there was a trace of enmity between them, neither of them made a move for the time being. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult to comprehend the selfless state. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, the Nether Master and the others were chatting. Tian Hun smiled as he said, "The talents of these two are extraordinary. Even the demon spirits they've integrated with are extremely powerful. It looks like it'll be hard to determine who's stronger." "I'm afraid that's not the case. The white-clothed youth should be a little stronger, but the other one isn't weak either." Ling Yin slightly knitted her brows. She could tell that both Nie Li and the Demon Lord were holding back. Xiao Yu listened from the side. Ever since he had discovered Nie Li, he had felt that Nie Li wasn't an ordinary person. He felt that if Nie Li and the Demon Lord continued to fight, it would be hard to determine the outcome. Ever since he was young, he had been cultivating with his father in Hagami, Mianmian. This was the first time that he was curious about someone from the tiny world. "I never thought that Plume Flame would also appear." Ling Yun smiled. Tian Hun took a sip of tea and lightly said, "Plume Flame is only the lowest grade spiritual god. She probably doesn't know about the Draconic Ruins realm, right?" Among the 7 of them, aside from the Nether Master, the others had never appeared, not even during the battle of spiritual gods. It was likely that Plume Flame and the other spiritual gods didn't even know of their existence. The Nether Master pondered a while and said, "Although Plume Flame is the lowest grade spiritual god, during the battle of spiritual gods, even the attacks of so many experts were unable to destroy her soul. In the end, she could only be suppressed in the Black Spring. She's one of the human spiritual gods that the Demon Beast clan is most worried about. I'm thinking if we should let Plume Flame follow us into Hagami Mianmian to take a look." The others lightly smiled as they said, "You can make the decision on this matter." At this moment, the master of the Nether Realm suddenly sensed something. His grayish-black eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. "A guest has arrived in our Nether Realm. I'll go meet him." The Nether Master said as his body turned into black smoke and quickly disappeared. "A guest?" Xiao Yu glanced in the direction where his father disappeared. He was a little puzzled. Just who was the guest that his father was talking about? She glanced at the other 6 experts and saw that they all had a cold expression on their faces. Could it be that they were... Chapter 250. In the 8th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands, a dark cloud shrouded over. The layers of pressure made one feel suffocated, causing the golden armor god, Servant, to take several steps back. Shortly after, a mysterious energy extended towards the black infernal tower. This energy was filled with terrifying killing intent. Just as this energy extended towards the black infernal tower, a formless energy bombarded it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire 8th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. "Zhulong, since you're already here, why didn't you greet me?" The Nether Master appeared out of thin air as he stared ahead. Within the dark cloud, a handsome man slowly appeared. He stood in the air as his body emitted a faint white light, like a red candle in the darkness. "Ming, I never thought that we would meet again so soon." The man called Zhulong by the Nether Master had an expression as cold as an unmelting ice. His brows looked as if they were carved by a knife. "I wonder what business you have with me." The Nether Master stood in the air with an indifferent demeanor. "Ming, back then, when you sheltered those humans who entered the Nether Realm, our demon race didn't bother with you. It wasn't because we were afraid of you, but because we didn't want to hurt our friendship. I know that Hagami Mianmian is standing behind you. In the battle of the spiritual city in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Yaoshin sect defeated Hagami Mianmian. You should know the severity of this matter. Do you still want to continue fighting with our demon race in the tiny world? No matter how intense the battle outside is, what does it have to do with us? This is the tiny world. We don't care how powerful the Yaoshin sect is. In any case, the people from the Yaoshan sect can't enter. At the very least, in the Nether Realm, I have the final say." The The 9-layered Deathlands have long been under the jurisdiction of my nether realm. No matter how intense the battle between the demon race and human race is in the origin world, it has nothing to do with me. However, in the nether realm, no matter how powerful your demon race is, you still have to obediently follow the rules of the nether realm. The nether master disdainfully glanced at Zhulong. Zhulong looked at the nether master and coldly snorted, "And if I don't comply, then I can only chase you out." The nether master's face was hidden under the black cloak. There was no joy or sorrow to be seen. The boundless power of law in the nether realm surged like a storm, giving off a suffocating pressure. The master of the nether realm had been operating in the nether realm for tens of thousands of years. The density of the law of nether here was tens or even hundreds of times that of other places. Here, the master of the nether realm was the absolute ruler. Ha ha ha! Zhulong laughed wildly. "Ming, you are still as arrogant as before." But things were different now. If you still refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me for being impolite. As long as you hand over Plume Flame, who's hiding in the nether realm, I won't pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, Zhulong, you dare to spout such arrogant words in my nether realm? Just who is the more arrogant one here? The nether master coldly stared at Zhulong. The law energies of both sides had already begun to clash. The entire 8th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands was filled with two frightening law energies. The collision of the law energies created an explosion that engulfed the entire nether realm. Your cultivation has increased quite a bit since the last time we fought. The corner of Zhulong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Around him, the boundless law of ice transformed into countless ice dragons. They roared as they charged towards the Nethermaster. You too. The law of Nether around the Nethermaster transformed into millions of black spears that shot towards Zhulong. Boom. Boom. The entire 8th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands was filled with earth-shattering devastation. The ground was engulfed by terrifying explosions. Some of the 8th floor's demonic beasts were unable to dodge in time and were engulfed by the terrifying explosions. In the entire 8th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, only the Black Infernal Tower remained standing. The golden-armored divine, servant responsible for guarding the Black Infernal Tower, had already been suffocated by the aura of the two apex powerhouses the moment they had appeared. When the explosion had engulfed the tower, the golden-armored divine servant had already felt suffocated. His entire body was blasted away. The golden armor on his body shattered, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Whether it was Zhulong or the Nethermaster, both stood motionlessly in the air. They had merely used their law energy to resist. The law of ice covered the entire world in a thick layer of frost. In an instant, the 8th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands had turned into a world of ice. The Nethermaster continuously pressed down on the Nethermaster. The Nethermaster slightly knitted his brows. The law of Nether, gathered together, only took up a third of the space. The speed at which Zhulong's strength increased had far exceeded his expectations. The current him, he was no longer Zhulong's opponent. Suddenly thinking of something, the Nethermaster stared at Zhulong and said in a deep voice, "You've already condensed 7 lotuses." "That's right. Nether, if you're willing to submit to me, the tiny world will belong to the two of us. However, if you continue to resist pointlessly, then I'll have no choice but to eliminate you." Zhulong coldly said, "You've condensed 7 lotuses. Within the tiny world, there's indeed no one who can match up to you. However, it won't be that easy for you to control the tiny world." The Nethermaster coldly snorted. "Haha, don't tell me you can still cause any waves." Zhulong wildly laughed. He suddenly sensed 2 other auras, and his face slightly changed. He stared at the Nethermaster and asked, "You're not the same person?" "Of course," the master of the Nether realm lightly said. "Fine. I admit that I've underestimated you. Since there's more than one of you, then I won't be able to do anything to you this time. I'll still say the same thing. As long as you hand over Yu Yen, we'll join hands and thoroughly control the tiny world. All the resources here will belong to us. If you're still stubborn, where can you run to after I subdue the spiritual gods of the other clans? Zhulong, you're still thinking too simply. Even if your cultivation is unparalleled within the tiny world, do you really think that you alone can control the tiny world? My nether realm naturally has its own means of self-defense. How could the other two ominous lands not have theirs? What experts from the Abyss realm and the Lava realm? Do you really think that you can control them? You haven't even been able to invade the Dream Cloud realm of the human race, let alone control the entire tiny world. The Nether Master shook his head and smiled. I can't be bothered to fight with you. There's no benefit to us anyway. As long as you don't step into the Nether realm, we'll mind our own business. If you do, then my Nether realm isn't without people. Zhulong deeply looked at the Nether Master. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to bring Plume Flame back this time. He coldly snorted. That woman, Plume Flame, will temporarily stay here with you, but sooner or later, I'll capture her and bring her back. After speaking, Zhulong's figure gradually disappeared without a trace. Feeling Zhulong's aura disappear, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the Nether Master's mouth. He had been injured during the confrontation of the law energy earlier. Are you all right? Ling Yuan appeared by the Nether Master's side. The Nether Master shook his head and said, Zhulong's strength is getting stronger and stronger. If I had known earlier, I would have gone all out to kill him. He's condensed 7 lotuses. I'm afraid that even if the 6 of us joined hands, we still wouldn't be able to deal with him. He doesn't know our depths and is worried that we're still hiding our trump cards. Therefore, he doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he won't let this matter rest. Tian Hun also appeared by the Nether Master's side. I never thought that his strength would already be this strong. I'm afraid that there's no one in the tiny world that can stop him. The other 4 didn't follow. Zhulong might return, so it was best for them to not reveal too much of their strength for the time being. I died 3 times in the battle between Hagami Yunyan and the Yaoshan sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been suppressed by him to this extent. The Nether Master said in a deep voice, We have to recover our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tiny world will be under his control. The 3 figures disappeared into the vast sky. The 5th floor of the Black Flame tower, the 2 people in confrontation seemed to be unable to enter a state of selflessness. After all, in a state of selflessness, it was very easy to be attacked. The Demon Lord stood up and glanced at Nia Li and Plume Flame. At this moment, Nia Li also opened his eyes and stared at the Demon Lord in front of him. He was on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. The Demon Lord lightly glanced at Nia Li and asked, Do you want to follow me to the 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower? A cold killing intent emanated from the Demon Lord's body. Nia Li shrugged his shoulders and said, I'll go. The Demon Lord calmly stood up and walked towards the 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. As the spiral staircase continued to spiral, Nia Li could sense that the Demon Lord was having a hard time walking. The terrifying black flames were constantly pouring into the Demon Lord's body. Nevertheless, he moved steadily, step by step, towards the winding staircase. Be careful or you'll be roasted, Nia Li suddenly said as the Demon Lord walked up. The Demon Lord's footsteps paused for a brief moment as he turned his head and coldly glanced at Nia Li. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he continued to walk up. I gave him a kind reminder, but he treated it as malicious intent. What a boring person. Nia Li closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Now that the Demon Lord had gone to the 6th floor, he could finally cultivate with peace of mind. Gradually, his mind drifted as he entered a mysterious realm. His soul slowly turned illusory, as if he was riding on the clouds. Vaguely, Nia Li could see an egg floating in the air. This egg was covered in cracks and seemed to contain a profound energy that wanted to suck people in. Nia Li could sense that this egg was hiding some kind of extremely terrifying and powerful creature. A profound and mysterious energy, fluctuation, was slowly spreading out. A bloodthirsty and murderous energy assaulted his senses. In his previous life, Nia Li could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. He understood that what he sensed at this moment was the hidden power of the creature within the egg's bloodline. Its ancestors had experienced countless massacres, so the aura of slaughter was left behind in this egg. Even Nia Li felt fear from this aura of slaughter. He didn't know what kind of terrifying creature it would become if he were to hatch this egg. Chapter 251. Nia Li retracted his consciousness and consciousness. After this cultivation session, Nia Li was prepared to find a way to destroy the mysterious egg. From the bloody and murderous aura, he could feel that this egg was an extremely dangerous existence. Just as this thought emerged in Nia Li's mind, he heard a cracking sound. The egg's eggshell cracked open. Nia Li suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly took out the mysterious egg. He saw that the eggshell had already cracked open rapidly, and a terrifying energy wave swept out in all directions. Is it too late? Nia Li frowned. Plume Flame Godni's gaze also fell on the egg in Nia Li's hand with a solemn expression. The eggshell cracked, and the terrifying energy wave subsided. A golden, round head popped out from inside. Then, with a thud, a ball-shaped thing rolled out from inside. There was still some sticky liquid left on its body. Nia Li stared at this creature without blinking. This thing landed on the ground and stood up shakily. Its entire body was golden, and it had a big belly. As it swayed, it looked like a duck. There was a pair of small wings on its back, and its huge eyes were wide open. Gulp, gulp. This little thing waddled over to Nia Li's side and used its round head to rub against Nia Li. Then it looked innocently at Nia Li with its round eyes. Nia Li had just condensed 3 types of nomological powers and was prepared to kill it completely. However, when he saw this little guy's harmless eyes, he immediately stopped. This little thing doesn't seem to be as dangerous as he imagined it to be. Nia Li can still feel that his soul realm has a slight connection with it. When this mysterious egg hatched, Plume Flame Godni's was also shocked because the energy released was too strong. But when she saw this little guy hatching from this egg, Plume Flame Godni's was also stunned. Nia Li, what is this thing? Plume Flame Godni's could not help but ask. Nia Li sensed for a moment. He could not feel any energy wave from this little guy at all. Nia Li was a little suspicious. The egg hatched just now. Was it really it? Before the egg hatched, it had already absorbed a lot of Nia Li's nomological powers. Now, there was not a trace of energy wave. Gulp, gulp. The little guy called out to Plume Flame Godni's in a childish voice. Plume Flame Godni's sharp gaze finally softened. This little guy doesn't seem to be a threat. Do you want to keep it? Nia Li's gaze fell on the little guy. When it hatched, Nia Li had indeed felt that terrifying and bloody murderous aura. But now, looking at its blank and confused look, Nia Li's heart softened a little. After all, that bloody murderous aura only came from its bloodline. It had just been born into this world, so it was not at fault. Moreover, from Nia Li's point of view, this was not something that could not be salvaged. As long as Nia Li used his own energy to transform it from the moment it was born and gradually reversed the bloodthirsty power in its bloodline, it should not become like its ancestor when it grew up. Then let's keep it. Nia Li had already thought of a transformation plan in his mind. Gulp, gulp. The little guy clearly did not understand what Nia Li and Plume Flame Godni's were talking about and was in a daze. Looking at the little guy's adorable look, Plume Flame Godni's flew to its side and stroked its round head with her right hand. You will follow us from now on. Be good and listen to us, understand? The little guy seemed to understand and nodded its head. Niali, look, this little thing seems to understand me. Plume Flame Godnese said with a little surprise. The little guy suddenly opened its mouth and bit Plume Flame Godnese's dress. With a ripping sound, a large piece of Plume Flame Godnese's dress was torn off. Plume Flame Godnese's dress was condensed from the power of laws. Ordinary people would not be able to tear it, but to this little guy, it was as if it was made of paper. Caught off guard by such an attack, Plume Flame Godnese's lower body was instantly bare. All that was left was a torn pink skirt, and the plump buttocks could be faintly seen in the torn area. Niali could not help but burst out laughing when he saw this. Plume Flame Godnese usually had a high and mighty look on her face, but this little guy had actually torn her dress. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, Plume Flame Godnese would not be able to face anyone. Plume Flame Godnese's face immediately darkened. She leaped onto Niali's shoulder and quickly condensed a new dress. This pervert, let's just kill it. Plume Flame Godnese's voice was as cold as ice, filled with killing intent. Niali looked down and saw the little guy happily chewing and swallowing Plume Flame Godnese's dress. He could not help but laugh. Sister Plume Flame, I don't think it did it on purpose. It didn't know that it was your dress and thought it was the power of laws. It seems like it lives by devouring energy. Plume Flame Godnese snorted. Although Niali had seen her whole body previously, she had just condensed her divine body, so she could not blame others. But now her dress had been torn, and Niali had seen her in such a sorry state. She had lost all her face. However, after hearing Niali's words, Plume Flame Godnese's expression softened a little. According to Niali, the power of laws was food to this little guy. To this little thing, it probably didn't know what a dress was. Little guy, you can't tear a girl's dress. Do you understand? Niali half squatted down and tapped the little guy's head with his finger. The little guy nodded as if it understood. Its round eyes darted around and landed on Plume Flame Godnese's dress, which had just condensed. Then its eyes lit up and it squealed happily. Seeing this, Plume Flame Godnese could not help but clamp her slender legs together. Then she covered her dress as her expression changed. Under normal circumstances, a dress condensed from the power of laws could not be broken by many powerful weapons. Logically speaking, there was no need to worry about it being torn. But under the little guy's sharp teeth, it was as if it was nothing. Plume Flame Godnese was extremely depressed. Niali spread his hands. There's nothing I can do now. It can't understand human language at all. Sister Plume Flame, it seems like you'll have to change to a normal dress from now on. Change to a normal dress? Plume Flame Godnese's expression darkened. How could a normal dress be used in a battle between spiritual gods? It was destroyed in just one battle. Why don't you wear a normal dress and get a dress condensed from the power of laws? Niali could not help but laugh. Just as Niali and Plume Flame Godnese were talking, the little guy's round eyes searched around as if it was looking for food. Its stomach was rumbling. Then, as if it had realized something, it suddenly opened its mouth and sucked. The black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower gathered crazily, forming a huge vortex. The little guy's stomach was originally flat. As it frantically sucked in the power of the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, its stomach constantly bulged. After a while, all the power of the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was sucked clean. The little guy instantly turned into a round ball. Its short wings patted its stomach, and after a burp, its face showed a hint of satiety. At this moment, it could not move at all and was rolling around like a ball. Seeing this scene, both Niali and Plume Flame Godnese were stunned. This was the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. It was actually swallowed by this little guy. Niali couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This little guy was too frightening. It was simply a monster that devoured all energy. If it was already so terrifying at birth, what would it be like in the future? Nya Li didn't even know if he could control it. The little guy rolled to Nya Li's feet and rubbed against Nya Li's feet, appearing extremely obedient. Nya Li went silent for a moment. He felt a trace of soul-force connection and his heart softened. Forget it. I'll just continue with my modification plan. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Death Lens, the 7 powerhouses looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Just what kind of demon beast is that little guy? How could it be so powerful? It actually absorbed all the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Tian Hun's face revealed deep shock. The master of the Nether Realm slightly frowned and said, "We've never seen this creature before. I'm afraid it's not a demon beast, but a spiritual beast." Spiritual beast? Ancient bloodline? Ling Yin and the rest were slightly startled. However, after thinking about it, only a spiritual beast would have such an ability. Normally, once a spiritual beast is hatched by someone, it will automatically recognize its master. It will have a telepathic connection with its master and will never change its master. That youth's luck is really good. He actually hatched a spiritual beast. Even us old fellows can't even get a low-grade spiritual beast. Tian Hun said enviously. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, spiritual beasts were extremely rare and precious. At this moment, Nya Li slowly squatted down and lowered his head to look at the little guy. In fact, in his previous life, it wasn't that Nya Li didn't have any spiritual beasts in the Draconic Ruins realm. He knew what kind of existence a spiritual beast was. Once a spiritual beast hatched, it would form an unbreakable soul connection with the spiritual beast. However, after Nya Li hatched this little guy, although there was a faint soul connection, it wasn't unbreakable. Nya Li felt that this creature wasn't as simple as a spiritual beast. Looking at the little guy's satisfied expression, Nya Li couldn't help finding it a little funny. This little guy had a very high intellect. "From now on, I'll call you Golden Egg." Nya Li couldn't help laughing. Right now, this guy was as round as an egg. Furthermore, its entire body was golden. This name was quite appropriate. Chapter 252. Golden Egg. Plume Flame Godnese had a strange expression on her face. This name was a little strange. However, no matter what this little fellow's name was, Plume Flame Godnese wouldn't tease it anymore. The black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower had all been sucked dry. It looked like they could only proceed to the 6th floor, although a lot of black flames were surging over from the 4th and 6th floors. The black flames were still too thin. "Big sister Plume Flame, let's go to the 6th floor," Nya Li said as he glanced at Plume Flame. Plume Flame Godnese nodded. Since Golden Egg had absorbed all the black flames on the 5th floor, she was no longer able to cultivate. Thus, she could only proceed to the 6th floor. However, the Demon Lord was also on the 6th floor. Nya Li hoped that there wouldn't be another fight. After all, if a fight broke out, their chances of victory would be very low. As Nya Li walked towards the staircase leading to the 6th floor, he turned around and saw Golden Egg moving its fat body clumsily, slowly following behind him. It seemed that this little fellow was still somewhat reliant on him. Seeing Golden Egg's clumsy appearance, Nya Li moved his right hand and gathered a trace of law energy to lift Golden Egg up and have it follow behind him. Although it was suspended in the air, Jindan's short legs kept paddling as if it was walking. It had a leisurely and contented look on its face. Does this fellow still think that it's walking by itself? Nya Li couldn't help but laugh. Bringing Golden Egg and Plume Flame Godnese with him, Nya Li followed the winding staircase and headed towards the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. When Nya Li stepped into the 6th floor, his surroundings suddenly became vast and boundless. It was as if he was standing under a boundless sky. His surroundings were empty, and he couldn't see the Demon Lord's location. What's going on? Nya Li furrowed his brows. He never imagined that the 6th floor of the infernal tower would be such a vast space. It seems to be an illusion. Plume flame, Godnese frowned. In this vast space, there seemed to be countless powerful auras hidden, as if there were countless pairs of eyes. It was as if he was looking at them, causing their hair to stand on end. I don't care about that anymore. As long as I cultivate the selfless state of mind, I will be able to cultivate it. I'll pass the Nethermaster's test, Nya Li said as he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Yu Yen stood by Nya Li's side, ready to fight at any moment. She could vaguely sense that something was wrong. There was definitely something terrifying hidden in this space. As for Golden Egg, he was snoring and sleeping beside Nya Li. Previously, Nya Li had touched upon a trace of a state of selflessness. However, because he sensed the changes in Golden Egg, he stopped. If an ordinary person were to suddenly be interrupted in this state, it would be very difficult for them to enter the state again. However, Nya Li seemed to be very familiar with it and quickly found that familiar feeling. His soul floated and entered into a bizarre state. Nya Li seemed to be able to see the vine slowly growing within his soul realm, the flower bud on the branch. It was pure and full, as if it would bloom at any moment. Just by quietly gazing at the flower bud, a beautiful feeling filled his chest and his state of mind became transparent. Nya Li entered a mysterious state. His body was constantly being tempered within the black flames. Traces of black impurities were secreted from his skin, which were quickly burned away by the black flames. Nya Li's skin became increasingly fair, and his brows became more heroic. After an unknown period of time, Nya Li was still immersed in this mysterious state. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, Nya Li heard a vigorous voice. From the vast void, it was transmitted into his mind like a huge bell. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Nya Li suddenly felt enlightened. A majestic force poured in from the top of his head. Nya Li felt a powerful soul rushing into his soul realm, as if it wanted to completely occupy his soul realm. Nya Li, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, frowned in pain. He felt that this soul came with ill intentions and was filled with murderous intent. Nya Li felt that every part of his body was in pain, as if it was about to explode. I finally met another inheritor. After staying in this damn place for God knows how many years, I finally have the chance to see the light of day again. The soul laughed wildly and frantically bombarded Nya Li's soul realm. One of the inheritors of Kong Ming the Great? This fellow wants to seize my body. Nya Li coldly snorted. That fella is thinking too simple of him. He will definitely not let anyone bully him. Nya Li immediately contracted his soul realm. 3 types of law energies gathered together and bombarded towards that soul force. Boom! 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 The 3 types of law energies frantically collided with that soul force. Feeling Nya Li's frantic resistance, that soul force lightly exclaimed, "You actually know how to contract your soul realm and use the law energies to resist. I never thought that you would have some ability at such a young age. However, it's impossible for you to resist me." That soul force suddenly split into several strands, dodging the bombardment of the law energies, and charged towards Nya Li's soul realm. This fella is hard to deal with. Nya Li frowned his brows for a moment. Without any hesitation, he urged the Fang Panda and Shadow Devil demon spirits' powers to besiege that soul force. Kid, where did you come from? Aside from comprehending 3 types of law energies, you've also integrated with 2 demon spirits. That soul force exclaimed. He felt that Nya Li is much harder to deal with than an ordinary person. He's never seen anyone that can integrate with 2 demon spirits. In this world, only the heavenly god cultivation technique can integrate with 7 demon spirits at the same time. The number of people that know of this cultivation technique is few and far between. This soul force wants to take over Nya Li's body. He can dodge the bombardment of the 3 types of law energies, but he can't avoid the 2 demon spirits. He has to thoroughly defeat the 2 demon spirits in order to truly take over Nya Li's soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. That soul force and the 2 demon spirits crazily battled. Nya Li felt that his soul realm was about to be shattered. This kind of terrifying collision isn't something that his soul realm can withstand. This soul force is simply too powerful. As time passed, Nya Li felt that the 2 demon spirits were being pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha! This body is even better than I imagined. Since that's the case, it belongs to me, Kong Yen, today. The soul madly laughed as it closed in on the 2 demon spirits. It was as if it wanted to drive the 2 demon spirits out of its soul realm. This soul force's name is Kong Yen. Old fart, get out of my soul realm now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Nya Li coldly snorted and began to frantically activate the soul array, absorbing the soul force from Duan Jian and the rest, preparing to counterattack at any time. That soul force can feel Nya Li's frantic resistance. However, in his view, this resistance is futile. Impolite to me? You're overestimating yourself. Although this old man is only left with a remnant soul, it's still more than enough to deal with you. That soul force directly charged towards Nya Li's soul realm. Nya Li circulated all of his soul force, turning it into a sharp spear, and shot it towards that soul force. Boom! 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 In Nya Li's soul realm, the battle became more and more intense. Although that soul force is powerful, it can't gain any advantage over Nya Li. I never thought that your control over soul force would reach such a shocking level. When that soul force spoke, its voice contained traces of shock and anger. Nya Li's soul force can be retracted and released at will. Even if that soul force is several times stronger than his, he can still deal with it easily. Seeing Nya Li's pained expression, Plume Flame God Knees can't help but frown. She can feel that Nya Li's cultivation seems to have some problems. The surrounding power of law is extremely chaotic. She landed on Nya Li's shoulder, wanting to see what's wrong with Nya Li. How can this be? Plume Flame God Knees frowned. He's in a deadlock with that soul force. Suddenly, Nya Li had some ideas. In his soul realm, there's something that even he himself is afraid of. That's the vine in the depths of his soul realm. Nya Li immediately mobilized the vine and swept it towards that soul force. What the hell is this? How can there be such a thing in a person's soul realm? That soul force was speechless. Nya Li's soul realm is too strange. It's too different from an ordinary person's soul realm. Seeing that the vine was sweeping towards him, that soul force bellowed, "Scram!" Then he mobilized a force and blasted it towards the vine. Boom! The force bombarded the vine, but the vine only deflected a little. Then it grew wildly and swept towards that soul force. Then it frantically absorbed the soul force's energy. Even Nya Li doesn't know the origin of this vine, but if he underestimated it, the consequences would definitely be very serious. The vine wrapped around that soul force. That soul force suddenly let out a mournful scream as it was constantly being absorbed by the vine. He struggled nonstop, but the vine was like a maggot attached to a bone. Seeing that he was about to be completely absorbed by the vine, that soul force suddenly broke free and rapidly dissipated. This soul force escaped from Nya Li's soul realm and ran wildly. A ray of light shot out from between Nya Li's eyebrows. Where do you think you're going? Nya Li suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. His soul force condensed into a beam and swept towards that soul force. That soul force was severely injured and was no longer as strong as before. Plume Flame God Knees was observing Nya Li's condition. Suddenly, she saw a ray of light shoot out from between Nya Li's eyebrows and immediately understood what was going on. Just as she was about to help Nya Li capture that soul force, that soul force shot into her eyebrows with a swift speed. Plume Flame Godney's pupils immediately became a little slack. Not good. Nya Li didn't expect that the soul force would turn to Plume Flame Godney's after failing to deal with him. Although Plume Flame Godney's was a spiritual god at her peak, this soul force's strength when it was alive was much stronger than an ordinary spiritual god. Chapter 253. A pained expression appeared on Plume Flame Godney's face, as though she was struggling fiercely. Sensing that something was amiss, Nya Li immediately held Plume Flame Godney's in his hands. Plume Flame Godney's body was still the same size as before. Her exquisite body and delicate skin were filled with endless temptation. Her thin silk clothes were like nothing. However, Nya Li wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that at this moment. He pressed his thumb on Plume Flame Godney's chest, and a trace of soul power bombarded Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. Plume Flame Godney's moaned, and her body squirmed uneasily. Nya Li felt a strange sensation on his thumb. He could feel that Plume Flame Godney's was suffering from intense pain. There was probably an intense battle going on in her soul realm. Nya Li pressed his thumb harder, and his thoughts directly bombarded Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. In her soul realm, that soul was engaged in an intense battle with Plume Flame Godney's soul. I didn't expect this old man to fall to such a state. I'm actually condescending to steal a woman's body, the soul called Kong Yen said resentfully. If it wasn't for the damned vines in Nya Li's soul realm injuring him, he definitely wouldn't have been interested in Plume Flame's body. After suffering such a heavy injury, he had no choice but to find a new body. Otherwise, his soul might be obliterated. He had no choice but to choose Plume Flame. However, he didn't expect that Plume Flame's resistance would be even stronger than he had imagined. The souls of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle in Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. However, Plume Flame Godney's soul was gradually at a disadvantage. After reconstructing Plume Flame Godney's godhood, her weakest part was her soul, because it was currently incomplete. When the two sides clashed, Plume Flame Godney's soul suffered a crazy blow. After Nya Li's soul force entered Plume Flame Godney's soul realm, he immediately launched an intense attack on that soul. However, he could only help Plume Flame Godney's. After all, they were inside Plume Flame Godney's body. Nya Li's help was limited. Plume Flame Godney's was assisted by Nya Li. He launched a counterattack against the soul. Damned bastard! You've actually been obstructing this old man. If this old man can be revived, I'll tear your body into pieces. That soul simply hated Nya Li to the bone. If not for Nya Li's obstruction, he would have already devoured Plume Flame Godney's soul. However, it won't be that easy to stop me. The soul suddenly turned into a thin needle and dodged Nya Li's obstruction. It directly blasted into Plume Flame Godney's soul. Ha ha ha, you want to stop me? That's impossible. The soul let out a savage laugh. Not good. Nya Li's expression changed. Once the soul blasted into Plume Flame Godney's soul, it would be a battle between their souls. Nya Li would not be able to help at all. The soul's aura suddenly became extremely powerful. It completely devoured Plume Flame Godney's soul. Seeing this scene, Nya Li's heart was in the air. He could feel it. He could feel that Plume Flame Godney's soul aura was becoming weaker and weaker. It was about to disappear. Nya Li's heart was filled with deep sorrow. After all, Plume Flame Godney's had been with them for so long. She could be considered a friend of Nya Li and the others. If her soul was taken away, she would be completely obliterated. Plume Flame Godney's frowned. She could feel the deep pain in her soul. Since a long time ago, she had gradually forgotten about human emotions. Those distant memories had already faded from her mind. But now, at this moment when she was on the verge of death, suddenly, countless human memories surged out from the depths of her mind. She saw herself, who was still a child, running on the empty grassland, playing with her father and mother happily. She saw herself as a young girl, deeply in love with a boy, even though she did not even dare to lift her head to look at his face. All sorts of emotions that only humans should have. They came back to life in her mind. Human emotions are really meaningless things. You're going to die soon. What's the point of reminiscing about these things? Kong Yen laughed maniacally. He frantically devoured Plume Flame Godney's soul. Just as Plume Flame Godney's soul was about to be completely devoured, there was a sudden poof. Plume Flame Godney's soul ignited with a golden flame. The golden flame was tiny at first, but it gradually grew hotter and hotter. Ah! Kong Yen let out a shrill scream. The golden flame was not something he could withstand. It continued to burn his soul. The aura of Yu Yan's soul gradually grew from a trace of weakness to a powerful aura. You are. Kong Yan's face was filled with fear. His soul trembled uncontrollably. He turned around and tried to escape, but Plume Flame Godney's golden flame engulfed him completely. His soul was reduced to nothingness amidst his shrill scream. Nyat Li hurriedly withdrew his soul power when he sensed the blazing energy in Plume Flame Godney's soul realm. What's going on? Nyat Li did not understand what was going on either. The aura of Plume Flame Godney's soul finally recovered. She suddenly opened her eyes and gasped for air. Her clothes were already drenched in sweat. Although Plume Flame Godney's body was very small, her translucent clothes could not conceal her impressive figure. The collar of her clothes revealed her long, slender legs, which were as pure as a white jade sculpture. Nia Li and Plume Flame Godney's eyes met. When he realized that Plume Flame had awakened, he was slightly stunned. He did not know who had taken over Plume Flame Godney's body. Hurry up and let go of me. Plume Flame Godney's looked a little embarrassed after a moment. She was currently in Nia Li's grasp. Nia Li's thumb was pressed against her chest. Her ample breasts were slightly deformed by Nia Li's thumb, which made her even more alluring. Nia Li was stunned when he saw Plume Flame Godney's expression and posture. His hands loosened, and he did not regain his senses for a long time. Plume Flame Godney's expression and posture were too different from before. However, this should be Plume Flame Godney's. If it were Kong Yen, it would not be like this. Nia Li scratched his head, a little confused. Plume Flame Godney's flew up and landed on Nia Li's shoulder. The blush on her face had not yet faded. She said, "That soul was burned away by my natal flame." Plume Flame Godney's did not tell Nia Li about the changes in her heart. Oh, Nia Li could sense that the soul had indeed been burned away. However, Plume Flame Godney's was acting a little strange. After thinking about it, he let it go. Nia Li continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Plume Flame Godney's sat on Nia Li's shoulder, unable to calm her thoughts for a long time. She raised her head and looked at the firm outline of Nia Li's face. Her eyes flickered, and she raised her head to look into the distance. She sighed. She could see from the depths of her memories that she did not come from this world. Just what was her background like? Where did she come from? Plume Flame Godney's decided that once she recovered her peak strength, she would head to the distant world to search for her background. If there was anything she was worried about, it would be the youth beside her. She wondered how much this youth would grow one day. Nia Li quietly sat cross-legged. For 3 days, he gradually entered the selfless realm from the selfless realm. His cultivation also rose rapidly from 1-star legend rank to 2-star legend rank. 7th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. This was an extremely narrow space. The demon lord quietly sat cross-legged by himself. He had already entered the selfless realm a long time ago. Within the 7th floor of the Black Infernal Tower, a mysterious energy entered his body. Gradually, a small clump formed in his soul realm. That was a person's fate soul. Only by cultivating a fate soul could one truly step into the heavenly fate realm. He had already touched the threshold of the heavenly fate realm. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the boundless power of the black flames into his stomach. His abdomen immediately swelled up like a frog, before quickly deflating. He frantically devoured the black flames of the 7th floor at a speed even faster than Nya Li's golden egg. After entering the selfless realm, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On the 10th day, after the test ended, the experts of the various races within the Black Infernal Tower turned into streaks of white light and disappeared. In an exquisite courtyard on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, Nya Li and the rest appeared in the courtyard out of thin air. "What is this place?" Nya Li looked around. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, Duanjian, and the others were also present. As far as his eyes could see, the courtyard was decorated with carvings and painted rafters. The garden was in full bloom, creating a beautiful scene. It made him wonder if he was still in the 9-layered Deathlands. "Brother Nya Li Ning, we meet again." Xiao Yu smiled as she greeted them from the side. "Xiao Yu, why are you here?" Xiao Ning was slightly stunned. Nya Li's gaze swept past Xiao Yu and landed on the 7 experts behind Xiao Yu. These 7 experts were dressed differently, and each of them exuded a frightening aura. Nya Li's heart pounded wildly at the scene. These experts had all reached the heavenly fate realm. He never thought that there would be so many powerful experts in the nether realm. Seeing Xiao Yu with this group of people, Nya Li's heart trembled. Among this group of experts, one of them should be the master of the nether realm. At this moment, Songming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others were still in shock. The demon lord, on the other hand, appeared a little indifferent. His gaze swept past the experts as the corner of his mouth revealed an undetectable smile. After waiting for so long, he could finally head to the Draconic Ruins realm. The black-robed expert's gaze swept past Nya Li and the others as he slowly said, "Hello, I am the master of the nether realm that you've been talking about." Chapter 254. Hearing the words of the black-robed expert, everyone was slightly shocked in their hearts. This black-robed expert was the legendary master of the nether realm. Plume Flame, who was hiding in Nya Li's sleeve, also felt the aura of the master of the nether realm and his group. Her heart was filled with shock. So there were actually so many experts in the nether realm. 7 of them had even reached the spiritual god realm. "Xiao Yu, you and the master of the nether realm are..." Xiao Ning, couldn't help asking in a low voice. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Ning, and lightly smiled as she explained, "The master of the nether realm is my foster father. He treats me like his own child." So Xiao Yu's origins were so shocking. No wonder Xiao Yu had once said that no one in the nether realm could touch him. The master of the nether realm looked at everyone and lightly smiled. "You are all geniuses that we have handpicked from the nether realm. Perhaps you still don't know anything about the future, but from today onwards, you will come into contact with a whole new realm. The place that we are currently in is called the Tiny World. It is only a small part of the Draconic Ruins realm. The legend rank that you speak of is only the beginning of cultivation. Above it are the Heavenly Fate, Heavenly Star, Heavenly Axis, Tao of the Dragon, and Martial Ancestor realms." Hearing the master of the nether realm's words, Songming and the rest revealed deep shock in their eyes. So the tiny world was only a small world. There was an even larger world outside. There were still so many realms above the legend rank realm. The master of the nether realm continued. "Within the Draconic Ruins realm, there are many divine sections. These are all super forces that have existed for countless years. Any one of these sects could easily annihilate all the experts of the tiny world. The reason why the tiny world can maintain its current state is because it was created by a supreme expert. No one from the outside can enter. The passage between the tiny world and the outside world opens once every 5 years. Only those of us who came from the tiny world can enter and exit as we please. In his previous life, Nyali had entered that passage and arrived at the Draconic Ruins realm, coming into contact with a whole new world. Hearing the master of the Nether Realm's words, Songming, Muyi Huahua, and the rest all had strong expectations for the Draconic Ruins realm. What kind of world was that? The 6 experts over here are the same as me, experts born in the tiny world. You guys have been chosen as disciples by these experts. If you agree to establish a master-disciple relationship with them, they will take you to the Draconic Ruins realm to join the various sects and come in contact with higher-grade cultivation techniques. Become a peerless expert. The master of the Nether Realm swept his gaze across the crowd. This kind of temptation was something that no cultivator could resist. Once the soul seal was placed, the master-disciple relationship would be established and extremely stable. In the Draconic Ruins realm, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was the most intolerable matter. Dowsett whispered in Nyali's ear, "Nyali, are we going to the Draconic Ruins realm?" Nyali nodded his head. He swept a glance at the Demon Lord and said, "We definitely have to go to the Draconic Ruins realm. Otherwise, we won't have enough strength to protect Glory City in 5 years." If they didn't go to the Draconic Ruins realm and the Demon Lord went instead, then when the Demon Lord returned 5 years later, destroying Glory City would be as easy as lifting his hand. But are we going to bid farewell to our parents? Lu Piao's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. The master of the Nether Realm should give us some time, right? Nyali said after pondering a while. The master of the Nether Realm seemed to have heard the discussion of Nyali and the rest. He lightly smiled and said, "Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, I will give you guys a few months to reunite with your families. Furthermore, if you have any unfulfilled wishes in the tiny world, we will do our best to help you fulfill them." At this moment, Songming stepped out from the side, bowed and asked, "Esteemed sir, I would like to ask who will be our master. Do you want us to choose a teacher?" The master of the Nether Realm shook his head and said, "Your teacher has already been confirmed. If you don't want to be his disciple, you can return." Hearing the master of the Nether Realm's words, Songming immediately shut his mouth. They didn't have the right to choose. Indeed, for an expert of that level to be willing to accept them as a disciple, it was already a great gift. They all felt a little uneasy, not knowing what their teacher would be like. Yi Ziyun, Dowsett, Xiaoning, and the rest were a little nervous. With so many of them, they would probably be assigned to different teachers. Wouldn't that mean that they would have to be separated? Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning simultaneously raised their heads to look at Nyali. After all, it was the distant Draconic Ruins realm. They didn't know what they would encounter. "Once you've become my disciple, your master will explain the situation of the Draconic Ruins realm to you in detail. However, what I want to say here is that no matter which divine sect you go to, you are all people of the tiny world. As humans, you cannot forget your roots, and even more so, you cannot betray your master. Otherwise, we will use all our strength to personally annihilate you." The master of the Nether Realm's gaze swept across everyone. Feeling the frightening chill in his gaze, everyone immediately nodded their heads in agreement. The beautiful woman behind the master of the Nether Realm pointed at Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, and Xiao Shui with a gentle smile on her face. You, and you, come here. From today onwards, you are my disciples." Compared to the other experts, this beautiful woman was much more amiable. Since Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, and Xiao Shui could follow this woman, Nyali felt a lot more at ease. Very quickly, each expert found 3 disciples. Among them, Dowsett, Huahua, and Songming were assigned to follow a blue-haired expert. Duan Jian, the Demon Lord, and Muyi were assigned to the same group. Nia Li, Lu Piao, and a 20-year-old demigod rank expert were assigned to the same group as the master of the Nether Realm's disciples. Although the soul seal had a binding effect on the disciple, it also had an effect on the master. In the Draconic Ruins realm, anyone who had formed a soul seal would have a very stable master-disciple relationship. The master would definitely not harm the disciple. Therefore, Nia Li calmly formed a soul seal with the master of the Nether Realm. The Nether Master looked at everyone and said, "In the next 3 months, you can bid farewell to your families. Once the passage to the Draconic Ruins realm opens, you will head to the various major sections." He gave a deep glance at Nia Li's sleeve. Nia Li also understood that the Nether Master would definitely notice Plume Flame, who was hidden in his sleeve. However, the Nether Master only took a glance and didn't say anything. The Nether Master glanced at Nia Li and the other two and said, "From today onwards, the 3 of you will call me Master." Nia Li took a step forward and cupped his hands. "Lord Master, before we head to the Draconic Ruins realm, I have a request. I wonder if Lord Master will agree to it?" "What request?" the Nether Master asked. "I come from a place outside the Nether Realm called Glory City. During the time that I'm not around, I hope that Lord Master will do his best to protect Glory City." Nia Li respectfully said. He decided to be honest with the Nether Master, since their master-disciple relationship has already been established. The Nether Master should be willing to help him. After all, to the Nether Master, protecting Glory City isn't a difficult matter. "Oh, Glory City?" When the Nether Master heard Nia Li mention Glory City, he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Instead, he gave a profound smile and said, "Of the human cities in the origin world, not a single one survived. Why is Glory City still standing and not destroyed by the demon beast horde? Do you think that just by relying on a few experts, Glory City is able to stand until now? Rest assured, an old friend once entrusted me with this task. As long as I'm here, no ordinary person can touch Glory City." An expert once entrusted the Nether Master with the protection of Glory City? Nia Li was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it was indeed true. Glory City has experienced so many disasters, and yet still managed to survive. This is simply an inconceivable matter. So it turns out that there's someone protecting it from the shadows. What made Nia Li curious is, who is the expert that entrusted the Nether Master with the protection of Glory City? If that's the case, then why was Glory City destroyed in his previous life? Could it be that in his previous life, the Nether Master, Nia Li's heart was filled with doubts? However, the Nether Master was being secretive and didn't seem to be willing to talk about it. Therefore, Nia Li didn't continue asking. It seems that these mysteries can only be solved in the future. At the end of the apprenticeship ceremony, everyone formed a soul seal with their master. Xiao Yu lightly smiled towards Nia Li and said, "If you go to the Hagami Munyan of the Draconic Ruins realm, I'll have to ask brother Nia Li to take care of me." "It's more like I'm asking you to take care of me." Nia Li shrugged his shoulders. Previously, when he didn't know of Xiao Yu's identity, Nia Li still had his guard up against Xiao Yu. But now that he knows of the relationship between Xiao Yu and the Nether Master, the fear he had for Xiao Yu finally disappeared. However, Nia Li still disapproved of Xiao Yu's effeminate behavior. "Then we'll meet again in 3 months." Xiao Yu smiled. 3 months from now, everyone will be heading to the Draconic Ruins realm. These 3 months will be the last time they'll be staying in the tiny world. The next time they return to the tiny world will be 5 years later. After the ceremony ended, all the chosen geniuses bid farewell to the 7 experts and returned to their respective families. "Nia Li, are we going back to Glory City?" Dowsett asked as he looked at Nia Li. The trip to the Draconic Ruins realm would take at least 5 years. Everyone was waiting for Nia Li's reply. Nia Li pondered for a brief moment, then said, "Of course we'll return to Glory City. However, before that, we have to go to a place first." "What place?" Everyone looked at Nya Li in doubt. The desert palace, Nya Li said with a distant gaze. Before heading to the draconic ruins realm, they had to go to that place first. The desert palace? When everyone heard this name, they were stunned for a brief moment. They had no idea where the place that Nya Li was talking about was. Why would Nya Li go there? Chapter 255. On the east side of the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there was a vast and boundless desert. Nya Li and his group entered the boundless desert. When the wind blew, the endless yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth, shrouding the entire world. The environment here is extremely harsh, with all kinds of demon beasts appearing from time to time. It's extremely dangerous. The origin world is vast. In his previous life, when Glory City was destroyed, the residents of Glory City first escaped to the Heavenly Fate Plateau, then headed east. Under the pursuit of the snow wind demon beasts, they passed through the entire Saint Ancestral Mountains and entered the endless desert. Along the way, countless people fell. Nya Li still remembered that after entering the endless desert, Yi Ziyun died under the attack of demon beasts in order to save him. Nya Li originally wanted to follow her, but Yi Ziyun's last words were for him to protect the remaining clansmen. But later on, as they headed east into the depths of the desert, people fell one after another. In the end, only Nya Li was left, and he stepped into the desert palace. Now that he thought about it, everything in his previous life seemed to be arranged by fate. Standing in the middle of the desert, Nya Li's eyes were moist. Countless scenes flooded into his mind. He thought of how he met Yi Ziyun, and how they went through life and death together. It was Yi Ziyun who started the transformation of his life. From a timid youth with an inferiority complex, he gradually transformed into a firm and strong youth. Nya Li, you're crying? Xiao Ninger noticed Nya Li's expression and asked in puzzlement. Nya Li wiped the tears off his face, looking at Xiao Ninger's beautiful face, and then at Yi Ziyun, who was quietly staring at the endless desert. Nya Li sighed and said, Ninger, in a person's life, there will always be some things, some people. Although they might only appear in your life for a short period of time, they will become a memory that you can never erase. You will live for that memory for the rest of your life. That memory, no one can replace it. Those who have seen the ocean are not water. Those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds. Nya Li murmured, deep in thought. Looking at Nya Li's absent-minded look, Xiao Ninger didn't know why. A trace of pain flashed through her heart. She vaguely understood what Nya Li meant. However, Nya Li, do you know that you are also a memory that I can never erase from my life? If they were destined to go to the draconic ruins realm, they were destined to be separated. I will live for this memory for the rest of my life. No one can replace this memory. Tears welled up in Xiao Ninger's eyes. Although her heart was aching, a smile blossomed on her face. Nya Li, why are you suddenly saying such irrelevant things? How far is the desert palace you mentioned? Let's hurry. When she finished speaking, Xiao Ninger turned around and walked forward. Amidst the yellow sand, Xiao Ninger's pretty figure looked a little lonely. Looking at Xiao Ninger's figure, Nya Li couldn't help sighing in his heart. He walked forward. When he reached Yi Ziyun's side, he realized that Yi Ziyun was blankly staring at the endless desert with her brows tightly knitted. No one knew what she was thinking. Ziyun, what's wrong? Nya Li asked as he looked at Yi Ziyun in puzzlement. Xiao Ninger was also curiously looking at Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun had a blank expression on her face. Her brows were tightly knitted, as if she was trying her best to recall something. However, she couldn't remember anything. I feel weird. Why is it that when I entered this desert, my heart would ache? My heart would ache, and some fragments of memories would enter my mind. Among these memories, I would feel a dull pain. Within these memories, there was happiness, sadness, and pain. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yi Ziyun shook her head. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nya Li felt a rumble in his head, as if he was struck by lightning. This is too weird. Yi Ziyun clearly stayed in Glory City from the moment she was born. She stayed in Glory City and did not step into the endless desert. But why would she have such a feeling when she stepped into the endless desert? Can you remember anything? Nia Li held onto Yi Ziyun's shoulder and anxiously asked. Yi Ziyun blankly shook her head and said, I don't know whose memories they are. Why would they appear in my mind? I can't figure it out. These memories seem to be of us being chased by a group of demon beasts. Nia Li looked at Yi Ziyun in shock. Why would Yi Ziyun have memories of her previous life? What's going on? Could it be that Yi Ziyun was reborn? No, without the temporal demon spirit book. How could Yi Ziyun be reborn? Nia Li felt more and more that all of this is mysterious. There's definitely a huge secret hidden within. He looked at Yi Ziyun's beautiful face and anxiously asked, Can you remember anything else? Yi Ziyun frowned her brows as she tried her best to think. She was completely immersed in her memories. Looking at the fragments of her memories, her body seemed to produce a strange feeling. She could vaguely see her clothes slowly slipping off her body. Under the illumination of the moonlight, her body was like a white jade sculpture. She happily walked towards her lover. The person in front of her is Nia Li. Nia Li's hands gently caressed her body. A numbing electric current flowed through her body. Nia Li carried her up. Under the moonlight, Nia Li's firm face made her heart palpitate. She's deeply in love with him. The two of them, who are in love, can't wait to rub each other into their bodies. A strange feeling spread throughout her body. She couldn't help letting out a soft moan. However, at this moment, Yi Ziyun suddenly remembered that those were just some scenes that she saw. Her face instantly turned red. Nia Li anxiously looked at Yi Ziyun. However, he saw Yi Ziyun's red cheeks. Her pretty face and rosy lips made people want to take a bite. Yi Ziyun was still deep in her thoughts. Nia Li was worried that something might happen to Yi Ziyun. He approached Yi Ziyun, trying to find something from Yi Ziyun's clear and charming eyes. Yi Ziyun was deep in her memories. That charming scene made her heart palpitate. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw Nia Li's face in front of her. She screamed and slapped him. There was a crisp paw sound. Rogue, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Yi Ziyun hurriedly broke free from Nia Li's hand, turned around and left, her head almost touching her chest. Being slapped by Yi Ziyun, Nia Li was stunned for a moment. He didn't do anything. If you're talking about being a hooligan, Yi Ziyun stripped naked in his room that night. That's the real hooligan. Hearing that sound, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest turned their heads and looked at Nia Li in doubt. Nia Li, what did you do to Goddess Ziyun? Lu Piao looked at Nia Li with a weird expression. Although Goddess Ziyun is already your fiancé, you don't have to be so horny. Nia Li was depressed. He obviously didn't do anything. He also didn't know what happened to Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun lowered her head. She had already woken up, but her face was still red. Her chest was heaving up and down, and her heart was thumping wildly. She knew that she hit Nia Li for no reason. However, she didn't want to go back and apologize to Nia Li. Why did those scenes appear in her mind? Why did her body have that strange feeling when those scenes appeared? She didn't want to do those shameful things with Nia Li. However, could it be that those were her true thoughts? Thinking about how she had stripped naked in front of Nia Li, Yi Ziyun felt that she didn't have the face to see anyone. Looking at Yi Ziyun's back, Nia Li's heart moved. Could it be that Yi Ziyun recalled something from her previous life? Although he was a little puzzled as to why such a situation would appear, Nia Li was ecstatic in his heart. If Yi Ziyun could really regain those memories of her previous life, she would definitely understand his undying feelings for her. Xiao Ning looked at Nia Li in puzzlement, then looked at Yi Ziyun. She still didn't know what happened. Why did Nia Li suddenly become so excited? Why did Yi Ziyun suddenly blush and slap Nia Li? Furthermore, Nia Li and Yi Ziyun were talking about profound things like memories. Niali, what happened to Yiziyun? Xiaoning looked at Niali and asked in puzzlement. Niali looked deeply at Yiziyun's back. His gaze was distant. He looked at Xiaoning and smiled. Ning, do you believe in past life? Hearing Niali's words, Xiaoning slightly paused. She suddenly nodded seriously and said, I do. Niali was stunned for a moment. Xiaoning's answer made him completely stunned. Immediately, Xiaoning said leisurely, a long time ago I had this doubt. Occasionally standing under a tree, occasionally sitting by the window, I would have a strange illusion. It was as if the things I experienced had happened countless times, and everything was in an infinite loop. Before I met you, I was trapped in an endless nightmare. I dreamt that I was forced into a marriage by my family. I dreamt that I was about to marry Xin Fei of the sacred family. Therefore, I angrily left and resolutely stepped into a dark forest. From then on, I fell into endless darkness and pain. I also dreamt that in that endless dark forest, I was like a soul wandering around, suffering endless torture and pain, until one day, a youth pulled me out from that endless nightmare. At that moment, my world turned from darkness to light. From that moment on, I decided to use everything in my life to repay his kindness. Hearing Xiaoning's words, Niali fell into deep shock. In his previous life, Xiaoning stepped into the Black Devil Forest without hesitation and never came out again. Did you dream of anything else? Niali asked Xiaoning. Xiaoning shook her head and said, after that, the dream was very vague. I don't know what happened after that. I vaguely felt like it was a little bit, but I don't remember it clearly. To be continued. Chapter 256. When Yiziyun came to the endless desert, she found some memories of her previous life. And in Xiaoning's dreams, there was a scene of her entering the Black Devil Forest in her previous life. This was definitely not a coincidence. Just what was going on here. Niali could vaguely sense that his rebirth wasn't a simple matter. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Just who had the power to set up such a trap? Niali felt that if he wanted to solve all the mysteries, the first step would be to find the temporal demon's spirit book and head to the draconic ruins realm. He would never be able to find the answer in the tiny world. Looking at Xiaoning's pained expression, Niali suddenly understood something. His encounter with Xiaoning wasn't a coincidence. Xiaoning's fate was the same as Yiziyun's. They were destined to be bound together. No matter what, he would bring Yiziyun and Xiaoning together to find the answer. The group of people searched in the endless desert for several days. According to Niali's memories, the desert palace should be nearby. Niali, are you sure that the desert palace is nearby? Look, Duan Jian has been flying in the sky for so long, but he still hasn't found the desert palace. Lu Piao said in a depressed tone, the desert palace is nearby. Let's continue searching. Niali said in a serious tone after a brief silence. All right, let's continue. Lu Piao nodded her head when she saw how confident Niali was. A group of people kept searching in all directions. Niali's brows were tightly locked together. The desert palace from his memories should be nearby. But why couldn't they find the shadow of the desert palace after searching for so many days? Logically speaking, there was no reason that such a huge and majestic desert palace could not be found after so long. Walking in the endless yellow sand, Niali carefully recalled everything from his previous life. Slowly, he seemed to have sunk into a mysterious state. While walking, memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. In his previous life, he was walking alone in the vast desert, and the people around him fell one after another. He also fell into a state of unconsciousness, as if he was sleepwalking. Under the blazing sun in the distance, a majestic divine palace appeared in his line of sight. At that time, He was deeply shocked by this divine palace. He thought that it was the legendary heaven, the place where the gods lived. Step by step, he walked toward the desert palace. His entire body was enveloped in golden light as he walked to the front of the desert palace. When he pushed open the golden door, the dazzling white light made him unable to open his eyes. He tried his best to open his eyes and saw the majestic reliefs in the palace. These reliefs had all sorts of expressions. There were giants wearing golden armor, naked girls, and all kinds of demonic creatures. Under these huge reliefs, there was a continuous road that led forward. Following this continuous road, he walked to the shrine platform at the front of the palace. There were all kinds of scrolls on it, and they were densely packed with words. In the center was the temporal demon spirit book. A bizarre energy slowly spread out from the mysterious temporal demon spirit book. Nya stretched out his right hand and picked up the temporal demon spirit book. From this moment onwards, his fate had completely changed. Nya had been in this mysterious state. These images kept appearing in his mind as he walked forward in a daze. He sensed that something was wrong with Nya. Dowsett and the rest quickly followed behind Nya. They looked at Nya in doubt, not knowing what was going on. Lu Piao wanted to push Nya to wake him up, but she was stopped by Dowsett. Nya seemed to be in a state of cultivation. They walked for a few thousand meters. Nya suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. His footsteps paused as he was stunned on the spot. Everyone followed Nya's gaze. It was a vast desert. There was no desert palace. In the middle of the desert, there were broken statues. Many of them were badly damaged and weathered. These statues seemed to have experienced hundreds of millions of years. They could no longer be recognized. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The wind howled, stirring up sand. It was as if it was telling them something. It was a scene of ruins. How could this be? Nya stared blankly at the scene in front of him. In his previous life, he had come to this desert palace. It had been so majestic, as if it had been built by the gods. No one had been able to destroy it. But in this life, when he arrived at the same place, it had been turned into ruins. Nya, what's going on? Is this the desert palace you were talking about? Didn't you say that the desert palace was a magnificent palace? Why is it in ruins? Lu Piao looked at Nya in confusion. Dowsett and the others were also puzzled. Before they came, Nya had said many times that the desert palace was very magnificent. It was like an ancient god's palace. However, when they came here, the scene that they saw was not like that. Nya must have found out about the desert palace from some treasure map or ancient book. But now that he'd come here, the desert palace had long since been destroyed. Could it have been destroyed by demon beasts? However, they couldn't understand Li's current mood. Li's head was hurting. There were some things that he couldn't understand. He continued to walk forward, following the path in his memory. After a while, he should have reached the location of the altar. However, aside from some broken fragments, there was nothing else. He couldn't even find a scripture, not to mention the temporal demon spirit book. Where did the temporal demon spirit book go? Could it be that the temporal demon spirit book had disappeared? Nya felt an intense pain in his head, as if it was about to be torn apart. The scenery in front of him was constantly distorting, including Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the others. Everything became unreal. Arg! Nya let out a mournful shriek. His head felt like it was being torn apart. Nya, what's wrong? Yi Ziyun, Xiaoninger, and the rest anxiously called out Li's name. Nya! However, Nya gradually couldn't hear them. His consciousness slowly blurred and he collapsed. The desert palace was gone. The temporal demon spirit book was also gone. What's going on? Under the intense pain, Li's consciousness fell into darkness. 1 month later, Glory City. This place was still as bustling as before. With the addition of the Heavenly Fate tribe and the various families of the Abyss prison realm, Glory City became even livelier than before. The city walls of Glory City were also several meters higher than before. In the sky, surging energies were like clouds, surging in the sky above Glory City. The defense of Glory City was also much tighter than before. There were already 10,000 demonic beast arrays in the city, as well as various other defensive measures. Even if there's a large-scale demon beast horde, it would still be able to withstand it. In the martial field of St. Laurent College, countless youths were currently training. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every move of these youths was full of vigor and vigor. The trees by the side of the field rustled in the wind. These youths are training in a much higher level cultivation technique than before. Many of them are already silver rank demon spiritualists. They are the future of Glory City. When they grow up one day, they will become the power that protects Glory City. Not far away from the field, a group of 3 to 4-year-old children were happily playing. From time to time, bell-like laughter could be heard. On a big tree beside the martial field, a huge golden bird that was covered in metal couldn't help revealing a smile when it saw this scene. Its expression was no different from a human's. After a brief moment, the huge bird flapped its wings and flew up, turning into a streak of light in the sky. City Lord's mansion in Yi Ziyun's yard. Yi Ziyun was bathing in a wooden tub. Her face was filled with melancholy and sadness. It's been a month, and Nia Li still hasn't woken up. During this period of time, she and Xiao Ninger took turns to take care of Nia Li. Now that it's Xiao Ninger's turn to take care of Nia Li, she came back to take a bath. She quietly sat in the water. The surface of the water reflected her beautiful face. Her perfect figure was faintly discernible in the water. 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. She really wanted to tell that person how much she missed him. However, when she wanted to say those words, it's already too late. Her heart was filled with pain. She prayed to the heavens. As long as Nia Li can wake up, even if she had to pay with her life, she'd be willing. Suddenly, knocking sounds came from the outside. Xiao Shue's voice came from outside. Yizun, Nia Li seems to have regained some consciousness. Ninger wants you to go over quickly. Nia Li regained consciousness. Yi Ziyun was stunned for a moment. She couldn't care about anything else and quickly stood up from the water. Water droplets rolled down from her white skin. She quickly tidied up, wore her clothes, and walked out of the room. After walking out of the room, Yi Ziyun immediately headed towards another yard in the city, Lord's mansion. In another yard in the city, Lord's mansion, Nia Li was lying on the bed with both of his eyes closed. From time to time, traces of pain could be seen on his face. After Yi Ziyun returned, Xiao Ninger has been guarding Nia Li's side. In the past month, she didn't have a good rest. Her beautiful face looked a little haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, she had been crying. Her white hands tightly held onto Nia Li's hand. She tried to transfer a trace of her soul force into Nia Li's body. She felt Nia Li's hand move, so she immediately asked Xiao Shui to call Yiziyun. Previously, Nia Li's body seemed to have been drained of all his energy. No matter what they did, it was useless. But now, she felt that her energy was slowly returning to Nia Li's body. She quickly wiped the tears on her face and tried to transfer more of her soul force into Nia Li's body. Chapter 257. Because she had used too much soul force, Xiao Ning's body was weak. Her pretty face was covered in sweat, looking a little pale. At this moment, Nia Li felt like he was having a long dream. In this dream, he was in the space of the temporal demon spirit book, cultivating nonstop. Occasionally, he would feel a deep sense of loneliness and solitude. In his previous life, Nia Li was very sad and miserable. His family, lover, and friends died one by one, but he was powerless to do anything about it. When he found out how to revive his family, lover, and friends, All his hopes were extinguished by the Holy Emperor. In the end, he died alone in pain. Because of the mysterious temporal demon spirit book, he was reborn, and everything started from the beginning. However, the root of everything, the temporal demon spirit book, had disappeared. Nya Li's head hurt from thinking about it. He couldn't understand what was going on. He dreamt that he wanted to grab the temporal demon spirit book, but the book turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the endless void. The temporal demon spirit book is the root of everything. Could it be that when he was reborn, he was already in another space and time, a space and time without the temporal demon spirit book? The intense headache caused Nya Li to slowly wake up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Ning, sobbing by his bed. At this moment, Xiao Ning, was wearing a pink silk dress. Her beautiful face was covered in tears, making people feel pity for her. Looking down from her fair neck, he could see her exquisite collarbone, which was like a beautiful jade. Cough, cough. Nya Li awkwardly coughed twice and quickly shifted his gaze. Xiao Ning, who was sobbing with her head lowered, was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and her eyes were filled with ecstasy. She blankly looked at Nya Li and immediately pounced towards Nya Li. Nya Li, you're awake. Xiao Ninger hugged Nya Li tightly. All of this made her feel surreal, and she was afraid that she was still dreaming. Nya Li had been unconscious for a long time. Xiao Ninger was very worried. What if Nya Li didn't wake up? Nya Li was stunned for a moment as the warm and fragrant body entered his arms. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not know how long he had been unconscious, it should be a very long time. Ninger must be worried sick. He patted Xiao Ninger's back tenderly, and a faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nose. Ninger must be very worried during this period of time. Xiao Ning felt the warmth of Nya Li's body and knew that she wasn't dreaming. However, she couldn't help hugging him just now. Her face was flushed, but she didn't want to leave. She enjoyed this moment of warmth. Only at this moment, Nya Li belonged to her alone. At this moment, two figures rushed into the room. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shui immediately turned her head and said, "I didn't see anything. Please continue." Nya Li looked up at Yi Ziyun and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was about to explain to Yi Ziyun, but he saw that Yi Ziyun's face was full of tears. The look in her eyes was not jealousy, but the joy of reunion after a long time. She walked towards Nya Li and sat on the chair beside Nya Li's bed. As long as Nya Li was alive, nothing else mattered. Nothing else mattered. During the time when Nya Li was unconscious, Yi Ziyun had already thought about it. If Nya Li could come back to life, she wouldn't be willing to fight with Xiao Ninger anymore. Compared to life and death, what does that count for? Seeing Yi Ziyun sitting beside the bed and looking at him with tears in her eyes, Nya Li felt that his heart was about to melt from her gentle gaze. Being able to meet her again in this life was definitely a gift from the heavens. Nya Li stretched out his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun into his embrace. His eyes were also filled with tears. Previous life, current life, all kinds of entanglements. What Nya Li was most afraid of was if this life was just a dream. However, looking at the two girls in front of him, Nya Li dared to confirm that he was really alive. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger actually did not fight. Xiao Shui stared blankly at the scene. She was already completely dumbfounded. However, after thinking about it, she felt relieved. Indeed, being alive was more important than anything else. To survive in this post-apocalyptic world, no one knew if they would still be alive in the next moment. Enjoying the present was the most important thing. At this moment, Duan Jian, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest also rushed over. Just as they entered the room, they saw Nya Li hugging two beautiful girls. All of them widened their eyes. Holy shit, that Nya Li guy is simply too unreasonable. Lu Piao scratched his head frantically. Those were the two goddesses that countless people in St. Laurent College had a crush on. However, they were actually taken by Nya Li alone. However, Seeing that Nya Li had woken up, he was also wild with joy. Dowsett smiled. As long as Nya Li had woken up, they could be at ease. How long have I been unconscious for? Nya Li asked as he looked at Dowsett and the rest. You've been unconscious for more than a month. Dowsett replied with a stern expression. More than a month? Nya Li was also shocked. He knew that he had been unconscious for a long time. However, he thought that 2 to 3 days was already shocking enough. He never imagined that he would be unconscious for more than a month. Nya Li, how's your body? Lu Piao asked, a little worried. Although he was usually a little heartless, he was still very concerned about Nya Li. Nya Li circulated his law energy and shook his head. My body's fine. His body's condition was exactly the same as before. Aside from a dull pain in his head, he was fine. Nya Li couldn't figure out why he had been unconscious for so long. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what he should do next without the Temporal Demon's Spirit Book. It looked like he could only head to the Draconic Ruins realm first. Nya Li touched his chest. The 2 remnant pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book were still there. He could only slowly unravel the mysteries of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book in the future. Very quickly, the news of Nya Li's awakening spread throughout the city, Lord's mansion. Very quickly, after knowing that Nya Li had woken up, both Yi Zong and Yi Mo felt relieved. They immediately put down the things they were doing and rushed towards Nya Li's courtyard. Under the support of Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, Nya Li got off the bed and started to walk around. His strength slowly returned to his body. Nya Li and the rest walked into the courtyard. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. It was spring. After pondering a while, Nya Li said, We'll be heading to the Draconic Ruins realm soon. I have to bid farewell to my clansmen. Your body has yet to recover. Don't be anxious. Why don't I get someone to call Uncle and the rest over to the city, Lord's mansion? Yi Ziyun said after pondering a while. In order to prevent Nya Li's clansmen from worrying, they had always announced that Nya Li was concentrating on his cultivation. Therefore, Nya Li's clansmen still didn't know that Nya Li was unconscious. Nya Li pondered a while and nodded his head. All right. Just as they were chatting, Yi Zong hastily walked in from the outside. While Nya Li was unconscious, Yi Zong had been worried for Nya Li. After understanding Nya Li's character, although he often bickered with Nya Li, in Yi Zong's heart, Nya Li was already his son-in-law. Seeing that Nya Li was alive and kicking, a trace of a smile appeared on Yi Zong's face. Nya Li, you've finally woken up. If you let my daughter become a widow at such a young age, just watch how I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Zong said with a straight face. Hearing Yi Zong's words, Yi Ziyun's face blushed as she anxiously stomped her feet. Nya Li had just woken up not long ago, so why was her father already talking about such nonsense? Thank you, father-in-law, for your concern. I'm fine. Nya Li smiled. After being unconscious for so long, when he saw Yi Zong again, Nya Li couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Therefore, he no longer bickered with Yi Zong. Since when did this brat suddenly become so well-behaved? Yi Zong was a little baffled. Could it be that he was enlightened after being unconscious? He took a glance at Yi Ziyun, Dowsett, and the rest. This bunch of children are the hope of Glory City. The only thing that made him sad was that Nya Li and the rest were about to head to the Draconic Ruins realm. Although he had no idea what kind of place the Draconic Ruins realm is, it should be very far away. However, if an eagle doesn't spread its wings and fly, it will never be able to grow. Therefore, this bunch of old fellows can only let them fly. The courtyard seemed to be very lively. A group of people were happy and harmonious. Whether it's Nya Li or Yi Ziyun, both of them were enjoying their time together. Although Yi Zong was still imposing, when he looked at Nya Li and Yi Ziyun, his eyes flickered with a loving light. Seeing his children enjoying themselves, he couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. The current Glory City is much safer than before. Even if Nya Li and the rest leave, With so many 10,000 demonic beast arrays and so many legend rank experts, it's more than enough to protect the safety of Glory City. The sun slowly sank below the mountain, and night fell. "Why isn't grandfather here?" Yi Ziyun curiously asked. Yeah, he should have received the news. Yi Zong was a little puzzled. Although Yi Mo is still in the midst of cultivation, he should be able to quickly rush over after receiving the news of Nya Li's awakening. Just when they were chatting, intense fighting sounds came from the city, Lord's mansion. Boom! Boom! Several buildings were destroyed. What happened? Yi Zong frowned his brows for a moment and suddenly stood up. Nya Li's gaze also had a trace of doubt. Who dares to behave atrociously in the city, Lord's mansion? Right now, aside from several legend rank experts, the city Lord's mansion is also protected by the 10,000 demonic beast array. Unless it's a demigod rank expert, it's impossible to leave the city Lord's mansion alive. Let's go and take a look. Yi Zong leaped and flew over. A pair of black and white wings quickly condensed on Nya Li's back. He soared into the sky and flew over. Duan Jian dows it. Yi Ziyun and Bunch also followed. Boom! Boom! An intense battle took place in the center of the city, Lord's mansion. Countless buildings were destroyed by the terrifying energy. Dust filled the sky like a terrifying storm. Countless experts of Glory City stood on the trees, walls, and roofs, looking at the center of the battle. The level of energy in the center of the battle is simply too frightening. It's not something they can resist. They don't even dare to approach. Just who dares to be so impudent in the city, Lord's mansion? Chapter 258. As the dust slowly settled, two silhouettes stood in the sky. One of them had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. He's the war god in the hearts of the citizens of Glory City, Yi Mo. The other person was a white-clothed youth, shrouded in a terrifying storm. He's the demon lord that fought with Nya Li before. The demon lord proudly stood in the sky with the boundless law of hell revolving around him. Occasionally, the law of hell would take the form of various monsters. Yi Mo, it's been a long time since we last met. I never thought that I would be found by you, even though I've hidden myself so deeply. The demon lord coldly smiled. Even though he was facing the entire Glory City, he still maintained his composure. After so many years, I never thought that the demon lord would visit my Glory City once again. I wonder if the demon lord has any advice for me? Yi Mo's hair fluttered without any wind. The law of wind and snow revolved around him, occasionally forming into ice spears. Glory City doesn't seem to welcome me. I'm someone from Glory City, after all. The demon lord lightly smiled as his boundless aura pressed towards Yi Mo. You've betrayed Glory City and have long been banished. Yi Mo knitted his brows. He could sense that the demon lord's law of hell was several times stronger than before, completely suppressing him. A suffocating pressure made Yi Mo feel as though all the bones in his body were about to be crushed. The demon lord wildly laughed as his gaze turned cold. A bunch of self-righteous people. Was it me who betrayed Glory City? Or was it Glory City that betrayed me? You guys should be glad that I'm not going to pursue the past. Since you're not going to pursue the past, why are you here in Glory City? Yi Mo coldly stared at the demon lord. There's something I want in Glory City. As long as you hand it over, I'll write off the past between us. Otherwise, I'll turn Glory City upside down. A trace of madness appeared on the demon lord's face. What do you want? Yi Mo asked with his brows furrowed. You already know the answer. As long as you hand over the demon's spirit stone with that demon beast sealed inside, I'll give it to you. I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The demon lord coldly snorted. Nya Li frowned for a moment. The demon's spirit stone that sealed that demon beast? What was that thing? So the demon lord came for a demon spirit. Just what kind of demon beast was that it could even tempt the demon lord who possessed the 8-armed demon beast? Sensing the demon lord's aura growing stronger and stronger, Yemo was gradually unable to hold on any longer. Nia Li soared into the sky and stood beside Yemo, coldly staring at the demon lord. 3 law energies blasted towards the demon lord. You again. When the demon lord saw Nia Li, his eyes narrowed as he coldly snorted. If it wasn't for you, Glory City would have already been mine. If you continue to obstruct me, then don't blame me for killing you. Demon Lord, it's not like we haven't fought before. If you can kill me, then bring it on. Nia Li's body emitted an imposing aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Plume flame god knees. Duan Jian, Daozit, Lu Piao, Yiziun, Xiaoning, Yizong and the rest all flew into the sky and surrounded the demon lord. Over 10 law energies flew towards the demon lord. Boom, boom, boom. The law energies violently exploded in the sky. Although the demon lord's law of hell was extremely powerful, it couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many people. The demon lord let out a furious roar and quickly merged with the 8-armed demon beast. The 8-armed demon beast's entire body was blood red as it furiously roared and threw punches towards them. Nia Li coldly snorted. Circulating his soul realm, he merged with the fanged panda demon spirit and unleashed a yin-yang blast towards the 8-armed demon beast. An intense battle broke out in the sky as a group of people surrounded and attacked the demon lord. The 8-armed demon beast wielded a sharp weapon in each of its hands as it fought with everyone in the sky. Nia Li furrowed his brows for a brief moment. The supreme physique was indeed powerful. In this exchange, the demon lord's strength had risen to another level. He was afraid that the first fate soul in the demon lord's body would soon be formed. In the tiny world, any expert that had formed a fate soul was extremely powerful. No matter how many demigod rank experts there were, they wouldn't be a match for them. Although the demon lord was in a disadvantageous position against so many people, his physique was extremely powerful, and he didn't show any signs of being defeated. It looked like he would have to use some ultimate moves. Nia Li abruptly unsheathed the Thunder God's meteorite sword as bolts of lightning converged towards Nia Li's Thunder God's meteorite sword. Noticing the weapon in Nia Li's hand, the demon lord's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Nia Li still had some trump cards hidden up his sleeves. The demon lord could sense a destructive aura from the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword was an extremely terrifying weapon. When Nia Li was still a gold rank, he could already display a terrifying might. Now that he had reached legend rank, the might of the Thunder God's meteorite sword was even more frightening. Endless lightning gathered on the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nia Li furiously roared as he slashed towards the demon lord. A massive bolt of lightning that was a few hundred meters long descended towards the demon lord. That terrifying bolt of lightning caused the surrounding people to uncontrollably retreat. This was definitely a power that could annihilate everything. Sensing the terrifying bolt of lightning slashing towards him, even the demon lord's face couldn't help changing. He furiously roared as a pair of huge hammers appeared in his arms. When the hammers smashed together, a majestic force was sent towards Nia Li's Leiju. Asterisk boom. Asterisk when the two powerful forces clashed, it seemed as though they wanted to tear the sky apart. As the dissipating force descended, countless buildings were instantly destroyed. Nia Li's Leiju slowly sliced apart that force and continued to slash towards the demon lord. He never expected that the might of the Thunder God's meteorite sword would be so terrifying. Just as the Thunder God's meteorite sword's Leiju was about to slash his body, the corner of the demon lord's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away in the sky before charging towards the rest. Leiju's slash landed, but it missed. Seeing the demon lord charging towards the rest, Nia Li knew that the situation wasn't looking good. He immediately brandished the Thunder God's meteorite sword and charged towards the demon lord. Yemo and the rest also charged towards the demon lord. Boom! 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 The demon lord charged into the crowd and sent Dowsett flying with a single punch. The terrifying force caused Dowsett to retreat dozens of meters as he violently vomited a mouthful of blood. The demon lord was invincible. Even Nya Li wasn't able to completely suppress the demon lord, not to mention the rest. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were also sent flying. Even Duan Jian and Plume Flame God Knees were forced back. At this moment, the demon lord's entire body was emitting a terrifying aura, as though he was a ferocious demon. Seeing the demon lord charging towards him, Yizong coldly snorted and merged with the snow-wind spiritual ape. Golden light blossomed from his body as he brandished his heavy sword towards the demon lord. At this moment, Nya Li also brandished his Thunder God's meteorite sword and slashed towards the demon lord. The demon lord coldly snorted and suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Yizong once again. With a bang, the heavy sword in Yizong's hand was sent flying. At the same time, a huge hand grabbed onto Yizong's neck. A surge of the law of hell bound Yizong and shattered Yizong's armor. Under the effect of the law of hell, Yizong's demon spirit characteristics rapidly disappeared, and he returned to his human form. Under the pressure of this terrifying force, Yizong painfully groaned. Just as Nya Li's Thunder God's meteorite sword was about to descend, it stopped in the air. Yizong! Yemo was about to charge towards the demon lord, but stopped in the air for fear of harming the demon lord. Father! Seeing this scene, Yi Ziyun's brows were filled with anxiety. The demon lord looked at Nya Li and sneered. Although the sword in your hand is indeed powerful and I can't do anything to you, you have too many weaknesses. Everyone here is your weakness. Aside from you, I can kill anyone here. As Nya Li held onto the Thunder God's meteorite sword, the veins on his arm popped out. The demon lord was right. Everyone here was Nya Li's weakness. That's because they were the most important people in his life. Nya Li stared at the demon lord, and his voice was like an unmelting ice. Let him go, and I can let you leave. From now on, we won't interfere with each other's business. If you dare to harm anyone here, even if I have to chase you all the way to the Draconic Ruins realm, I will annihilate you. Hearing Nya Li's words, the demon lord wildly laughed. Are you threatening me? I've been unhindered for hundreds of years, and I've always been the one threatening others. No one has ever threatened me. With Yizong in the demon lord's hands, Nya Li didn't dare to make a move for a moment. Yizong's neck was clutched by a huge hand as surges of law of hell poured into his body, causing his law energy to completely collapse. He couldn't even speak a single word, since the difference in strength between him and the demon lord was too great. Don't worry about me, kill him! Yizong painfully roared as he gathered all the law energy in his right hand and threw it towards the demon lord. You're just an ant, yet you're struggling. The demon lord sneered as one of his huge hands grabbed onto Yizong's right hand. With a sudden twist, Yizong's entire arm was torn off and fresh blood splattered. Yizong let out a painful groan, but after a brief moment, he forcefully endured the pain and didn't make another sound. His face was distorted from the intense pain. Father! At the sight of Yizong's miserable state, Yi Ziyun cried out. She condensed an ice sword and wanted to charge forward, but was stopped by Yi Mo. At this moment, not only would she not be able to save Yizong, she might even be in danger. Yi Mo took a step forward as surges of law of snow, wind blasted towards the demon lord and coldly said, Demon lord, let Yizong go. Otherwise, don't even think of stepping out of Glory City. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will kill you. Yi Mo, do you think your threats are effective against me? It's really funny to keep me here. I'm about to condense my life soul. All of you are just ants in my eyes. The demon lord's body emitted a terrifying killing intent as the law of hell violently surged. Do you think you can do anything to me now?